Chapter 61. Marvelous Fungus Reaching Heaven Chrysanthemum for Yi Bingcheng. Breaking the 9-heart begonia curse, the Yi family merges into the Yin-Yang sect. The marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum, the Douluo tulip, and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The Douluo tulip was given to Douluo for him to use its pollen in alchemy. As for the marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the former is more suitable for Yi Bingcheng. Just a single whiff of its overflowing fragrance, Yi Bingcheng felt the vitality within her body, which had been withered for so long, actually show a trace of recovery. The faint ache in her heart and lungs also instantly eased. This is. Yi Bingcheng's eyes widened, fixed unwaveringly on that immortal herb, her breathing becoming rapid. As a top-tier healing-type spirit master, her perception of medicinal herbs far surpassed ordinary people. Her intuition told her that this herb was the life-saving straw she had been dreaming of. This is called the marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum. Yu Jingcheng, holding the jade box, said slowly. A supreme-grade immortal herb, truly the pinnacle among herbs. It can not only purge the impurities within your body and repair your damaged origin, but also extend your lifespan by 60 years. Extend lifespan by 60 years. Yi Bingcheng and Yi Yu simultaneously drew in sharp breaths. For someone about to enter the grave, 60 years of life was nothing short of a miracle. Not only that, a tempting curve lifted the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth as he dropped the final bombshell. Patriarch Yi, you've been stuck at level 88 for many years, right? After consuming this, I am absolutely certain I can help you break through that shackle and, within a month, charge towards level 90, becoming a titled Douluo. By then, you will be the first 9-heart begonia titled Douluo in the history of the Douluo continent. The weight of that, I think I need not say more. Patriarch Yi should understand it better than I. Although the 9-heart begonia martial soul is powerful, spirit masters who possess this martial soul generally find cultivation increasingly difficult in the late stage. From the birth of the 9-heart begonia martial soul until now, not a single titled Douluo has emerged. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can, at most, only be cultivated to the level 79 spirit saint. Relying on its powerful attribute amplification abilities, it can greatly enhance combat power, even for a titled Douluo. Moreover, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul also has functions like treasure appraisal. Their talent for business is generally not poor either. This is also why the 7-treasure glazed tile school ranks second among the upper 3 sects. While the Yi family of the 9-heart begonia can only reluctantly occupy a place among the continent's second-rate forces. A silence fell. Yi Bingcheng looked at the marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum, the desire in her eyes almost turning tangible. But she had, after all, lived most of her life. She quickly suppressed the excitement in her heart, lifted her head, and looked at Yu Jingcheng with a complex gaze. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Sect Master, you have produced such a priceless treasure. What price do you want my Yi family to pay? Yu Jingcheng put away his smile, his expression turning solemn. I want the Yi family, the entire clan, to join the Yin-Yang sect. Once Patriarch Yi breaks through to the titled realm, she will become the 3rd Grand Elder of our Yin-Yang sect, overseeing all medical affairs of the entire sect. Furthermore, if Patriarch Yi also has talent in alchemy, she can exchange insights with Elder Douluo, the poison Douluo Douluo, and contribute to the sect's development. The Yi family's industries and connections must all be integrated into the sect's operations. Of course, as compensation, the Yin-Yang sect will provide the Yi family with absolute martial protection. Yu Jingcheng pointed at Ji Yurong behind him, then at himself. With the bone Douluo holding the fort, plus me, a future, peerless powerhouse, no one in Heaven Do City would dare touch a single hair of the Yi family. Furthermore, in the future, I can even help your daughter, your granddaughter, resolve the curse of the 9-heart begonia martial soul's single-line inheritance. The solution was simple. Just find a way to make the 9-heart begonia martial soul mutate. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, at the very least, there would be a second type of 9-heart begonia martial soul that could be passed down. He wasn't wrong, was he? Hearing the word curse, Yi Bingcheng's psychological defenses completely crumbled. Although the 9-heart begonia is powerful, having only one inheritor per generation is the Yi family's greatest pain. If this problem could be solved, the Yi family would no longer be that small family on the brink of severing its legacy at any moment, but a top-tier aristocratic family truly standing at the peak of the continent. Yi Bingcheng took a deep breath, trembling as she let go of her cane. Under Yi Yu's shocked gaze, this patriarch Yi, who had been proud her entire life, slowly bent her knees toward that young figure. This old woman, Yi Bingcheng, is willing to lead the entire Yi family. To submit to the Yin-Yang sect. I pay my respects to the sect master. Looking at Yi Bingcheng kneeling on the ground, a glint of satisfaction flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. He stepped forward, personally helped Yi Bingcheng up, and placed the jade box in her hands. Elder Yi, welcome aboard. Tonight, you will enter seclusion to absorb this immortal herb. Uncle Ji Yu will personally act as your protector. By sunrise tomorrow morning, I want to see a brand new 9-heart begonia Douluo. Ji Yu, wrong, watching from the side, felt even more awed by Yu Jingcheng's methods. First, using thunderous means to annihilate the Black Tiger and establish authority. Then, employing a policy of conciliation to take in the Yi family and establish virtue. One firm, one gentle, combining kindness and severity. This kid is simply a born leader. It seems following the sect master might truly lead to accomplishing some earth-shattering great undertaking. Ji Yu Rong thought to himself, his gaze toward Yu Jingcheng now containing genuine recognition and anticipation. From this point on, the Yin-Yang sect transformed into a behemoth integrating powerful offense, defense, healing, intelligence, and financial strength. Yi Mansion, Inner Hall's secret chamber. This place was the Yi family's forbidden land, usually only accessible to successive family heads. The surrounding walls were built from hard granite and inscribed with spirit guidance formations to isolate aura. At this moment, the secret chamber was brightly lit by candles. Yi Bingcheng dismissed all idle personnel, leaving only her daughter Yi Yu to serve as protector and witness. Yu Jingcheng and the Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong were treated as honored guests and seated to the side. Sect Master, this old woman shall begin. Looking at the radiant marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum within the jade box in her hands, Yi Bingcheng took a deep breath, a flash of determination in her eyes. This was a high-stakes gamble. Win, and the Yi family rises to heaven along with its dogs and chickens. Lose, and it's merely dying a few months earlier. In her heart, Yi Bingcheng still held a sliver of doubt toward the terrifying effects of the marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum that Yu Jingcheng had described. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod, his expression calm. Senior Yi, please absorb it with peace of mind. This herb's medicinal nature is gentle and balanced, a sacred object that consolidates the foundation, cultivates the origin, and connects heaven and earth. There is absolutely no risk of bodily explosion. Receiving this affirmative reply, Yi Bingcheng hesitated no longer. She sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, her withered fingers trembling as she extracted that large chrysanthemum. The petals displayed a magnificent purple, while the stamens were a dazzling gold. The entire immortal herb did not emit a rich fragrance, instead, it contained a restrained, heart-palpitating, vast energy. Following Yu Jingcheng's prior instructions, Yi Bingcheng first ate the stamens, then the petals, and finally swallowed the stem into her stomach. Chapter 62. Yi Bingcheng Breakthrough to Level 90, Regaining Youth. The old woman becomes a peerless ice fairy. Boom. The moment the immortal herb entered her stomach, Yi Bingcheng felt a warm current of qi explode in her dantian. It then turned into countless scorching hot streams, wandering wildly along her extraordinary meridians. The originally dried up and exhausted meridians, under the nourishment of this massive medicinal power, were like land meeting sweet rain after a long drought, greedily absorbing every trace of energy. Ah! Yi Bingcheng let out a muffled groan, her eyes tightly shut, an expression of intertwined pain and pleasure appearing on her aged face. Next, a magical scene occurred. Her spirit power surged around her body, and that layer of faint pink halo, which was the unique healing light of the 9-heart begonia, actually began to undergo a qualitative change at this moment. The color became deeper and deeper, faintly revealing a golden holy aura. Ji Yu Rong, who was standing aside as a protector, had his originally nonchalant eyes suddenly turn solemn. What domineering medicinal power! It's actually reshaping her foundation. As time passed, the aura on Yi Bingcheng's body began to climb steadily. Level 88 Early Stage. Level 88 Middle Stage. Level 88 Peak. In just half an incense stick's time, the bottleneck that had troubled Yi Bingcheng for 10 whole years, under the impact of that heaven-shaking medicinal power, was as fragile as thin paper. Crack. A sound as if something had shattered echoed in the secret room. Level 89. But it was far from over. The marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum, when eaten, luck flows to the 4 limbs and blood reaches the 8 meridians, allowing one to cultivate an indestructible Vajra body. For a support system spirit master like Yi Bingcheng, whose body was severely depleted, it replenished not only spirit power but also the fading life origin. In the secret room, a wild wind suddenly rose. It was a vortex created by the agitation of spirit power. At the center of the storm, Yi Bingcheng's body began to tremble violently, and bursts of popping sounds, like frying beans, came from within her. Crackle. That was bones growing and meridians being reshaped. Under Yi Yu's terrified gaze, her mother's originally hunched and bent back actually straightened up bit by bit. Her originally shriveled and sunken skin quickly became full and tight, as if being inflated. And those ravine-like wrinkles were smoothed out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her full head of silver hair, withered like tangled grass, though still silver, became shiny and smooth, like fine silver satin, draped over her back. Boom! Finally, with a final roar, a pressure of spirit power burst forth from Yi Bingcheng's body, instantly sweeping through the entire secret room. Had Ji Yurong not acted in time to set up a spirit power barrier, this pressure might have directly broken through the roof and alerted the entire Heaven Do city. Level 90. Quasi-titled Douluo. As long as she hunted for her 9th spirit ring, she would be a true 9-heart begonia Douluo. The light gradually dissipated. The figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened her eyes. They were no longer the cloudy and sallow eyes of an old person, but a pair of phoenix eyes as clear as water and as piercing as ice. Yi Yu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, as she looked at the person before her in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Mother, is it really you?" The originally dying old woman had disappeared. In her place was a woman who looked to be only in her 30s, tall and upright, with a peerlessly beautiful and cold appearance. Her skin was like snow, her silver hair like a waterfall, and her brow carried an innate nobility and cold arrogance. This was exactly Yi Bingcheng's peak appearance from her youth, when she outshone all others and was respectfully called the Ice Fairy by the Spirit Master's world. Yi Bingcheng lowered her head, looking at her own pair of hands that had become fair and slender. Feeling the spirit power in her body surging like a sea, and that long-lost, vibrant heartbeat. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her peerless face. A withered tree meeting spring, regaining youth. I, Yi Bingcheng, actually have such a day. Yi Bingcheng stood up abruptly. Her body, which had previously needed a cane for support, was now as upright as a pine tree. Yi Bingcheng turned around and looked at the young man who always wore a smile. This time, without the slightest hesitation or the air of a family head. Yi Bingcheng knelt on one knee before Yu Jingcheng, like a collapsing golden mountain and a falling jade pillar. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carrying unprecedented determination and respect. The sect master's grace of transformation is something I, Bingcheng, can never repay even with 10,000 deaths. From now on, everyone in the Yi family will follow the sect master's lead. If I violate this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me, and my spirit be shattered. Looking at the peerless Ice Fairy before him, Yu Jingcheng's lips curled up slightly, and he stepped forward to support her. Elder Yi, you overstate it. Since we are one family, let us not speak like strangers. Once you obtain your 9th spirit ring, the landscape of the Douluo continent should change. Ji Yurong, watching this scene from the side, was also filled with emotion. Creating a titled Douluo at will and even making someone regain their youth. This kid's methods are truly mysterious and unfathomable. Yin-Yang sect. Perhaps it really can become an existence that surpasses the upper 3 sects and even rivals the Spirit Hall. In the secret room, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Yi Bingcheng slowly lowered her head, her gaze falling on herself in a daze. Her skin, which had been loose and covered in age spots like withered tree bark, was now as delicate and warm as mud and fat jade, glowing with a charming luster under the candlelight. She subconsciously raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing her collarbone. That firm, elastic touch gave her a sense of extreme unreality. In just the time of one incense stick. From being in her twilight years and on the verge of death to now being in her prime, with icy skin and jade bones. This huge gap across life and death, even for someone with a steady hard nature like hers, was difficult to adapt to for a moment. Her gaze continued downward. Yi Bingcheng's eyes suddenly froze. Her breasts, which had been shriveled and sagging due to old age and infirmity, had actually become full and upright again, and because her previous clothes were tailored for an old woman's figure. This young and full body was now squeezed inside, appearing somewhat tight and outlining a breathtaking curve. Yi Bingcheng felt her cheeks heat up slightly, and a long-lost sense of shyness actually arose from the bottom of her heart. Yi Bingcheng subconsciously pulled her lapels together, trying to cover the glimpse of spring leaked because her figure was too proud. Then, Yi Bingcheng's heart skipped a beat, and she was secretly shocked. What's going on? This old woman? No, I'm already this age, how can I still feel shy like a young girl? She had lived most of her life, what storms hadn't she seen? Her heart had long been as still as water. But at this moment, as her body returned to youth, Yi Bingcheng discovered with astonishment that her originally quiet and aged heart was actually becoming restless along with it. That sensitivity and reserve belonging to a young woman, and even that trace of concern for beauty, actually revived along with her vigorous qi and blood. The body is young, and even the mindset has changed back with it. Chapter 63. Yi Bingcheng, give me 100,000-year spirit ring. Yu Jingcheng. Spirit hunt, Stardow Great Forest. Yi Bingcheng felt the strong, rapid beating within her chest. She took a deep, quiet breath, forcibly suppressing the strange palpitations and bashfulness in her heart. Now was not the time for self-pity. Before her stood that profound and unfathomable young sect master, and the renowned and formidable Bone Douluo. As the head of the Yi family, as the future grand elder of the Yin-Yang sect, she absolutely could not lose her composure in front of others. Yi Bingcheng closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, the hint of bashfulness in their depths had been forcibly concealed, replaced once more by the dignity and steadiness befitting the head of a clan. Only, on that peerlessly beautiful face, a faint, lingering blush remained, adding a touch of heart-stirring charm. Yi Bingcheng turned and looked at her daughter, Yi Yu, who stood to the side, already dumbfounded and completely stunned. Yu. Yi Bingcheng's voice was no longer the old, hoarse one from before. It had become clear and melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, yet it carried an undeniable chill. Mother. Yi Yu snapped back to reality, looking at this mother before her who was younger and more beautiful than herself, stammering a little as she spoke. Yi Bingcheng's expression turned serious as she said in a deep voice. Issue the order immediately to begin preparations for the entire clan's relocation. Since we have joined the Yin-Yang sect, the Yi family is no longer an independent entity. We must swiftly and secretly transfer the family's core assets and personnel to the Yin-Yang sect's territory. At this point, Yi Bingcheng's gaze suddenly turned sharp, her tone growing heavier. Furthermore, regarding today's matter of Sect Master Yu and His Excellency Bone Douluo gracing the Yi residence with their presence, as well as my refinement of the marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum and my spirit power breakthrough to the 90th rank. These are to be classified as the family's highest level secrets. To the outside world, simply announce that my old ailment has recurred, and I am entering a life or death seclusion for treatment. Refusing all visitors, including those from the imperial family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yi Yu's heart tightened. She instantly understood her mother's intention. Although her mother had now reached the 90th rank, she had not yet obtained her 9th spirit ring and could not be considered a true titled Douluo. If the outside world learned that the Yi family had produced a 9-heart begonia titled Douluo, and one who had rejuvenated at that, it would certainly cause a shockwave across the entire continent. At that time, whether it be the spirit hall or other forces, none would likely sit idly by and watch the Yi family rise. It might even bring disaster upon them. Only after everything was settled, only after her mother truly possessed the combat power of a titled Douluo, would it be the time for the Yi family, and the Yin-Yang sect, to truly reveal their sword to the world. I understand, mother. Yi Yu nodded solemnly, her expression grave. I will go and arrange it immediately. I will ensure the information is sealed watertight, not a single word leaking from this chamber. Watching her daughter depart to carry out the order, Yi Bingcheng then turned around. She gave a slight bow to Yu Jingcheng, a trace of apology and respect on her youthful, stunningly beautiful face. I apologize for the spectacle, sect master. This subordinate will go and arrange the family affairs now. I will certainly complete the handover with the sect in the shortest possible time. Yu Jingcheng looked at this ice fairy before him, who possessed both the figure of a young maiden and the charm of a mature woman, combined with the dignity of a ruler. A flicker of appreciation passed through his eyes. To be able to quickly adjust her mindset and discern priorities in the face of such a tremendous change was indeed worthy of a strong woman capable of supporting an entire family. Elder Yi has considered everything thoroughly. We shall proceed as you suggest. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly, saying meaningfully, after you have handled your family matters, I will have Uncle Ji Yu take you to hunt for your 9th spirit ring. Since we intend to give the world a surprise, this 9th spirit ring naturally cannot be too shabby either. An ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring. Yu Jingcheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. A light named ambition flickered in his eyes. That is unworthy of the reputation of the 9-heart begonia, the #1 healing spirit under heaven, and even more unworthy of my yin-yang sect's grand elder. What I intend to give you is red. 100,000-year spirit ring. Hiss. Instantly, the sound of 2 sharp intakes of breath echoed within the chamber. Even the well-informed Ji Yu Rong couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Yu Jingcheng as if he were a madman. Kid, have you lost your mind? That's a 100,000-year spirit beast. They are the emperors of the spirit beast world, each possessing earth-shattering, heaven-destroying power. Even Super Douluo above rank 95 dare not provoke them lightly. Just like his Ndugu Bo's 9th spirit rings. They were only slightly over 90,000 years. But even a spirit beast with cultivation just over 90,000 years possessed combat power at the titled Douluo level. It was only with Little Jin's help that they managed to hunt it successfully. With just the few of us. Although Yi Bingcheng didn't speak, her beautiful eyes were also filled with shock and worry. She had just regained her youth. She didn't want to go to her death so quickly. Although she yearned to become stronger, 100,000-year spirit ring, that was a legendary existence, a divine object that could be encountered but not sought. Uncle Ji Yu, do not boost the enemy's morale while dampening our own. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. He extended a finger, pointing them out one by one. In terms of defense, we have Uncle Gu's Bone Dragon, hailed as the #1 defense under heaven, impervious to anyone below rank 95. In terms of control, we have Old Poison, Dugu Bo. Although his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison cannot kill a 100,000-year spirit beast, it is a divine skill for restricting movement and weakening its state. He is rank 92, and his poison arts are even more formidable than before. In terms of healing, we have Elder Yi's 9-heart begonia. As long as we are not killed in one blow, even if we are left with only one breath, you can pull us back. This is our greatest confidence. As for offense, a golden light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. A vast, sacred dragon might emanated from his body, not the least bit inferior to that of a titled Douluo. Although I have not yet reached the titled rank, relying on the Holy Dragon of Light's bloodline suppression against spirit beasts and my own methods, I am sufficient to unleash combat power at the titled Douluo level. Furthermore, my second spirit, the dark demonic evil god tiger, can also play a huge role. 1 defense, 1 control, 1 healer, 1 attacker. This is the most perfect spirit hunting formation. Even if we have to wear it down, we can exhaust that 100,000-year spirit beast to death. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong and Yi Bingcheng exchanged a glance. The shock in their eyes gradually turned to contemplation. Indeed, if there was a heaven-defying healer like the 9-heart begonia providing support from the rear, their margin for error would increase infinitely. As long as they weren't instantly killed, they were practically immortal. With such a configuration, they indeed had the qualifications to test the mettle of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Moreover, the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth lifted into a mysterious arc. His gaze turned towards the direction of the Stardo Great Forest as he said quietly. Who said there are only a few of us? In the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, I have a brother waiting for us. Chapter 64. Meeting Little Gold, Lake of Life in the Core Zone. 200,000-year soft bones rabbits. A brother, who also possesses 100,000 years of cultivation. What? This time, Yi Bingchang cried out in surprise. Does sect master mean 100,000-year spirit beast? Yu Jingcheng smiled and nodded. The reason he had given Douluo and Ji Yu wrong earlier. He slightly altered it and repeated it. Yi Bingchang was beyond shocked. To call 100,000-year spirit beast, brother, how terrifying. How many trump cards was this Yu Jingcheng kid hiding? If there really was 100,000-year spirit beast as an inside accomplice. With cooperation from both inside and out, the success rate of hunting another 100,000-year spirit beast would increase to 100%. Whether it's an external aid, we'll know when we get there. Yu Jingcheng didn't explain much, just waved his hand, full of vigor. Elder Yi, I'll give you 3 days to consolidate the family. 3 days later, we depart. Our target, Douluo Great Forest. 3 days later, the outer perimeter of the Douluo Great Forest. 4 figures silently swept over the treetops, moving as fast as lightning. Leading them was Yu Jingcheng. Behind him followed Douluo, Ji Yurong, and Yi Bingchang, clad in white, with a beautiful and serene face. Sect Master, who exactly is our target for this trip? Douluo couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The 2 overlords of the Douluo Great Forest's core zone, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, there are also 300,000-year soft bones rabbits. If they were all together, even we would have to take a detour. Yu Jingcheng stopped, standing on the branch of a towering ancient tree, his gaze piercing through layers of mist, looking towards the depths of the forest. But our targets are them. Or rather, all of them. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Thump, 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 muffled footsteps, like war drums beating, rapidly approached from afar. A heavy, mountain-like, incomparably violent aura, accompanied by golden light filling the sky, swept over. The surrounding 10,000-year spirit beasts felt this aura and were all scared, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling. Be careful, a big fellow is coming. Ji Yurong's expression changed, and his bone dragon spirit instantly possessed him, standing in front of everyone. Douluo also had poisonous mist swirling around him, as if facing a formidable enemy. Only Yu Jingcheng, far from showing any fear, instead revealed a brilliant smile. Don't be nervous. Yu Jingcheng gently patted Ji Yurong's 10th shoulder and took a step forward. It's one of us. Roar, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. A colossal creature, entirely cast in gold, over 50 meters long. It crashed through countless ancient trees and appeared before everyone. It exuded a rich aura of light, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. In its enormous dragon eyes, there was even a human-like excitement and intimacy. It was none other than the 100,000-year golden earth dragon king, Little Gold. This is the brother sect master mentioned. Looking at the terrifying 100,000-year spirit beast before them, which was acting like a big dog. It lowered its huge head, affectionately rubbing against Yu Jingcheng's palm. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape, completely losing control of her expression. Yu Jingcheng stroked Little Gold's hard scales, turned around, and smiled at the dumbfounded Yi Bingcheng. Let me introduce you, this is Little Gold. He is also the main tank and enforcer of our spirit hunting operation. With Little Gold joining, the current lineup is a titled level combat power Holy Dragon Commander Burst, a level 93 defense system titled Douluo Ji Yurong, a level 92 control system titled Douluo Douluo, a level 90 quasi-healing system titled Douluo Yi Bingcheng, plus 100,000-year golden earth dragon king with thick skin and flesh, possessing the devour talent. With such a luxurious lineup, hunting a 100,000-year spirit beast. Dealing with those 2 brothers, Daming and Erming, and those 3 cunning soft bones rabbits. It's simply a dimensional strike. Let's go. Yu Jingcheng flipped onto Little Gold's broad back, looking down at everyone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The hunt has begun. Elder Yi, your 9th spirit ring awaits you ahead. Yu Jingcheng planned to capture all 5 of these spirit beasts this time. This way, apart from Yi Bingcheng's 100,000-year spirit ring, he could absorb the remaining 4 spirit rings for his 2nd spirit, the dark demonic evil god tiger. His physique and mental force were both sufficient to absorb 100,000-year spirit rings. So there was no need to wait until he became a titled Douluo to attach spirit rings to the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit. Stardow Great Forest, Core Zone. A group of 4, plus a golden earth dragon king whose size had shrunk, moved through the forest like ghosts. Douluo had already unleashed the innate poisonous mist of the jade phosphor serpent, but this mist was not for killing enemies at the moment. Instead, he meticulously controlled it within 3 inches of everyone, completely isolating all their sense and spirit power fluctuations. Gu Rong constantly maintained the fluctuations of spatial force. If there was any disturbance, he could instantly lead everyone in a short-distance spatial jump. "We're here." Yu Jingcheng suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Not far ahead was the outer region of the legendary Lake of Life. Although they hadn't actually seen the lake water yet, the humidity in the air and the refreshing fragrance already indicated their location. Yu Jingcheng squatted down, gently patted Little Gold's head beside him. He pointed to the ground, then to the open grassy area ahead, making a cutting gesture downwards. A cunning and cruel glint flashed in Little Gold's golden vertical pupils. Without any hesitation, a yellow light flashed on its body, and the previously hard ground instantly became as soft as water. Its massive body silently merged into the earth, not even disturbing a single fallen leaf, and thus it stealthily moved underground towards its target. Earth Dragon's reversal, traceless stealth. This beast, oh no, this divine beast's talent is truly extraordinary. Douluo couldn't help but praise through voice transmission as he watched this scene. Yu Jingcheng's mouth curved slightly. He didn't speak but pushed aside the bushes in front of him, looking out through the gaps. Ahead was a lush green clearing, with various exotic flowers blooming, like a paradise. And among the flowers, 2 huge pink figures were lazily playing. They were 2 enormous rabbits. Their fur was crystal clear, like pink crystal, shimmering with a soft luster in the sunlight. Each was over 3 meters tall, with long ears perked up, and ruby-like eyes that showed liveliness and wisdom. Although their appearance seemed harmless and even somewhat cute, everyone present knew very well. Beneath that seemingly soft fur lay terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. 100,000-year soft bones rabbit. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Chapter 65. 6th Spirit Ability, Evil God Transformation. Dark Holy Dragon, Evil God Hook strikes Xiao Wu. "Mom, look at this." The smaller soft bones rabbit, about 2 meters tall, actually spoke in the clear, melodious voice of a human girl. It held an unknown blue flower in its front paws, and hopped over to the larger soft bones rabbit, rubbing its neck affectionately. "This flower smells so good. If Daming and Erming were here, we could make flower crowns together." The giant soft bones rabbit, referred to as Mom, gazed with eyes full of love and indulgence. It extended a front paw, gently stroking the little rabbit's head, its voice as soft as water, brimming with maternal radiance. "Xiao Wu, be good. Daming and Erming went to patrol the territory, they'll be back later. Your cultivation has reached a critical point. Soon you'll be able to choose to transform and recultivate, so you can't always be so playful." "I know, Mom, you're so naggy Tilda." The soft bones rabbit named Xiao Wu stuck out its tongue and playfully rolled around on the grass. Its long ears twitching with its movements, making it look especially naive and adorable. Watching this heartwarming mother-daughter interaction, Yi Bingcheng, hidden in the shadows, felt a slight tremor in her heart. As a mother herself, she saw the loving gaze in the big rabbit's eyes and felt a twinge of reluctance. But soon, she thought of the family's future, and the cruel laws of this world, and that trace of reluctance was instantly replaced by cold, hard rationality. Meanwhile, Yu Jingcheng's eyes grew colder, even tinged with a hint of undisguised greed. "It really is her, Xiao Wu," Yu Jingcheng thought to himself, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Xiao Wu was not the little girl following Tang San around, but a genuine 100,000-year spirit beast, a rogue rabbit. "I originally thought I'd only catch one, but it turns out to be a buy one get one free deal. 200,000-year soft bones rabbits, plus a possible third one lurking nearby." Yu Jingcheng's dark demonic evil god tiger spirit, as if sensing excellent prey, began to roar madly within him, conveying an extreme hunger and desire. It was a covetousness for high-rank bloodlines, an instinctive urge for devouring evolution. If I devour these few 100,000-year spirit beasts, then the evil god Hook's age increasing to 100,000 years is a sure thing. Thinking of this, Yu Jingcheng couldn't help but feel excited. Even if he had to give one to Little Gold, 400,000-year spirit beasts would definitely be enough. At the same time, 500,000-year spirit beasts. This also meant that 500,000-year spirit bones would definitely drop. A heaven-shattering opportunity. Uncle Ji Yu, Elder Dugu, prepare to act. Yu Jingcheng's voice, transmitted through sound to line, clearly reached their ears, devoid of any warmth. The larger one is for Elder Yi's spirit ring. The smaller one, and if there's a third one hidden in the dark, as well as the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, they are mine. Spirit bones will be distributed according to the situation. But the 3 elders will at least get a 10,000-year spirit bone as a reward. Although, the spirit bone dropped after killing a 100,000-year spirit beast. It must be a part of the body one doesn't already possess. And although Yu Jingcheng had absorbed 2 spirit bones, both the golden dragon wings and the evil god Hook were external spirit bones. They didn't occupy a spirit bone slot. The skull, torso bone, left and right arm bones, and left and right leg bones. All were still vacant, but in such an intense battle, Yu Jingcheng couldn't guarantee that every spirit beast would be killed by him. If 200,000-year spirit bone positions overlapped, then Yu Jingcheng wouldn't be so stingy as to keep them all to himself. From the sunset forest where he took possession of Yu Shaogang, to the accumulation before this, Yu Jingcheng still had several 10,000-year spirit bones in his possession. Before his words even finished, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted from deep within the ground. Boom! The previously calm grassland instantly exploded, countless shattered rocks and soil soaring into the sky. A giant abyssal maw, full of fangs and enveloped in a dense earthy yellow light, suddenly burst forth from underground, heading straight for the one named Xiao Wu. Enemy attack. The soft bones rabbit mother reacted extremely quickly. The moment that fluctuation appeared, her previously gentle eyes instantly became sharp and fierce. She let out a piercing shriek, her body glowing intensely pink. And without thinking, she directly used her massive body to violently ram into Little Gold, who had burst from the ground, attempting to protect her daughter behind her. Too late. A cold glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes, his figure like lightning. He instantly shot out from the bushes. Dark demonic evil god tiger, possess. At the same time, Yu Jingcheng summoned his body-separating martial soul, the Holy Dragon of Light, to appear. The Holy Dragon of Light did not hesitate, using the 6th Spirit Ring's spirit ability at war. 6th Spirit Ability, Evil God Transformation. This was a 100,000-year spirit ring formed from the divine force of the God of Evil. Evil God Transformation. Imbued by the power of the evil god, the Holy Dragon of Light transforms into a dark Holy Dragon, its attributes changing from ultimate light and sacred attributes to ultimate evil and dark attributes. It also spits out black light pillars with extremely strong piercing power, and any life harmed by them will be contaminated by dark and evil power. After the dark demonic evil god tiger possessed him, Yu Jingcheng did not hesitate to use his external spirit bone, the evil god Hook, to strike at Xiao Wu. Teleportation. At this critical moment of life and death, although Xiao Wu was panicked, her combat instincts as a 100,000-year spirit beast were still present. A pink light flashed on her body, and teleportation activated. She attempted to escape the Hook's lock. However, she was not only facing a monster with twin spirits, but also an ancestor who played with space. Bone Douluo Ji Yu wrong. Playing with space in front of this old man. Little rabbit, you're still too green. Ji Yu Rong stood in the void realm, his withered hand suddenly clenching. 4th Spirit Ability, Bone Prison. Crack. The space around Xiao Wu seemed to instantly solidify, and her pink figure, which was about to become ethereal, was forcibly squeezed out of the void realm. At the same time, several stark white bone spurs appeared out of thin air, forming an indestructible cage that firmly trapped her in place. No. The soft bones rabbit mother's eyes were bloodshot, letting out a mournful wail. She wanted to rush over to rescue her, but the ground beneath her surged again. Little Gold's massive body, like a maggot in a bone, fully unleashed its heavy earth element gravity field, firmly dragging her hind legs. And in that instant of stagnation, PFF'd, that streak of cold light, carrying an aura of extreme evil, penetrated the cracks of the bone prison without obstruction. It was the evil god hook behind Yu Jingcheng. The hook's tip instantly pierced through Xiao Wu's fragile protective spirit power, embedding itself in her shoulder blade. Ah! Xiao Wu let out a painful scream. With the evil god hook embedded, a terrifying devouring power instantly erupted. She felt her life force, spirit power, and even soul power, madly draining through that hook, surging into Yu Jingcheng's body. At the same time, Chapter 66, Life and Death Arena, open. Yu Jingcheng. A baby rabbit, I still can't beat it. Roar. A black dragon breath filled with the aura of corrosion and corruption poured down like a waterfall, completely submerging Xiao Wu's petite body. The Holy Dragon of Light's sixth spirit ability, Evil God Transformation. It completely twisted the original holy and light attributes into darkness and evil. The power of this strike was not even inferior to a blow from a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu, the soft bone rabbit mother, went completely mad. Her originally soft pink fur instantly stood on end, and her eyes turned blood red. A terrifying energy fluctuation frantically compressed and expanded within her body. Not good. She's going to self-detonate. Douluo Bo's expression changed, a hint of solemnity flashing in his emerald green eyes. The self-detonation of a 100,000-year spirit beast had enough power to level several miles around. Even a titled Douluo would not dare to withstand it head-on. HMPH, you want to self-detonate? Have you asked this old man first? Douluo Bo snorted coldly as his 8th spirit ring suddenly lit up. 8th spirit ability, time solidification. In an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius seemed to turn into thick glue, and even the flow of time became incredibly slow. Under this eerie power of time, the violent energy about to explode from the soft bone rabbit mother was actually suppressed back by force, stagnating for a moment. Though it was only for an instant. But for experts, it was enough to decide life and death. Uncle Bone, do it. Yu Jingcheng's voice was as cold as ice. Ji Yu Rong, who had been waiting for the right moment, acted without hesitation. 9th spirit ability. A bone spur precisely cut into the gap in the soft bone rabbit mother's defenses that Little Gold had torn open, striking her heart directly. Yu Jingcheng seized the opportunity. He blasted her directly with a dark devil evil thunder. PFF'd. Blood. Splattered. The soft bone rabbit mother's massive body suddenly stiffened, the red light in her eyes fading rapidly, replaced by endless despair and attachment. She turned her head with difficulty, looking at her daughter not far away, who had been completely swallowed by the dark aura, her fate unknown. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Da Ming. Ming. Save. Before her last call could be fully uttered, her life force was completely severed. A crimson 100,000-year spirit ring slowly emerged above her corpse, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. Roar. A woo. Just then, deep within the Stardow Great Forest, 2 earth-shattering roars suddenly exploded. The ground of the entire core circle trembled, and countless birds were startled into flight. A terrifying cyan light and a heavy yellow light were rushing toward them at an incredible speed. Sky Azure Bull Python. Titan Giant Ape. They sensed the disappearance of Xiao Wu in her mother's presence and went completely berserk. There was also another 100,000-year spirit beast Soft Bones Rabbit that had entered a berserk state. It was Xiao Wu's father. They've come so quickly. Ji Yu Rong frowned slightly, looking toward the source of those 2 terrifying auras. Sect Master, those beasts have gone mad. Move back a bit to avoid being accidentally injured. With a thought from Yu Jingcheng, the evil god Hook dragged the unconscious and dying Xiao Wu behind him like a dead dog. Xiao Wu was being kept for Yi Bingcheng to kill and absorb her spirit ring. He was in no hurry to kill her yet. Rumble. Humans, how dare you hurt my sister Xiao Wu? A roar like thunder shattered the clouds across the sky. A titan giant ape as huge as a mountain appeared, its muscles bulging, carrying a gravity domain as it smashed down fiercely like a falling meteor. Beside it, a cyan giant python over 100 meters long coiled in the void realm. With the head of a bull and the body of a python, it spoke in human tongue, its eyes blood red, and its body surrounded by terrifying lightning and a slow halo. HMPH, just in time. Yu Jingcheng did not panic at all. With a thought, he issued a command to his clone. Little Gold, stop them. Roar. The little golden earth dragon king roared toward the sky. Although its size was still somewhat petite compared to the titan giant ape, the aura it emitted was not weak at all. In an instant, a divine and pure golden radiance erupted from its body, spreading across a 100-meter radius. Talent domain, light domain. Within this golden domain, all darkness, evil, and negative statuses were forcibly purified and suppressed. Even the Titan giant ape's suffocating gravity pressure and the sky azure bull python's eerie slow domain were mostly weakened the moment they touched this layer of divine golden light, as if melting like ice and snow. Bang! Little Gold pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its massive dragon wings flapping suddenly. Relying on its powerful physical body and the enhancement of its domain, it actually withstood the combined strike of the 200,000-year spirit beasts. Although it was shaken back repeatedly and its dragon scales were flying off, the battle intent in its eyes grew even higher. It stood firmly in front of Yu Jingcheng like an insurmountable golden wall of size. What? Daming and Erming were both shocked. Only then did they calm down slightly. How could another 100,000-year golden earth dragon king appear in the forest? The two of them realized that this was definitely not the previous golden earth dragon king, Yu Jingcheng. Just as the battle was at a stalemate, a red light as fast as lightning, under the cover of Daming and Erming's attacks, ghost-like bypassed the main battlefield. It was another massive soft bones rabbit. Its eyes were blood red, staring fixedly at Xiao Wu, who was locked behind Yu Jingcheng by the evil god Hook, its eyes full of madness and determination. It was Xiao Wu's father. Seeing his wife die miserably and his daughter captured, this 100,000-year spirit beast had completely lost his mind, with only one thought in his heart. Even if it meant dying together, he had to save his daughter. Human, give Xiao Wu back to me. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, Xiao Wu's father's figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported above Yu Jingcheng's head. His long hind legs erupted with terrifying power as he prepared to perform the Soft Bones Rabbit Clan's ultimate technique, Waist Bow, attempting to kick Yu Jingcheng's head into pieces. This strike gathered his lifelong cultivation, reaching the extreme of speed and ruthlessness. However, facing this killing blow, Yu Jingcheng's face showed no panic. Instead, a cold smile of a successful scheme appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Jingcheng neither dodged nor avoided. The evil god Hook behind him suddenly tilted up. The hook at the tip instantly turned grayish-black, and a strange and evil fluctuation suddenly erupted. External spirit bone skill, life and death arena. Buzz. A gray light curtain instantly opened, enveloping both Yu Jingcheng and Xiao Wu's father within it. The next second, both of their figures vanished into thin air, as if they had never been there. This was a gray and strange space. There was no sky, no earth, only a massive arena floating in the void realm. Where is this? My spirit power, my spirit abilities. Xiao Wu's father discovered with horror that his heaven-reaching 100,000-year cultivation had actually vanished without a trace. Even more terrifyingly, his body was rapidly shrinking, and his field of vision was constantly lowering. His originally strong 100,000-year beast body had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a palm-sized, fluffy baby rabbit. Chapter 67. Xiao Wu's father dies. Controlling Xiao Wu, a threat, sacrifice to me, or I'll kill her. At the other end of this space, Yu Jingcheng had also undergone a change. His body had also shrunk, transforming into the appearance of a child around 6 years old. This was precisely the most domineering, most unsolvable innate skill of the dark demonic evil god Tiger. The life and death arena. Within this space, both parties would be forcibly reverted to their juvenile state, sealing all spirit ring skills, leaving only the most primitive physical strength and combat instinct to fight to the death. The victor lives, the loser dies. What? Surprised, Yu Jingcheng, now in the form of a 6-year-old, flexed his hands and feet. Although his body had shrunk, the cold cruelty and killing intent on his face had not diminished in the slightest. He looked at the small rabbit trembling opposite him, a cruel curve hooking the corner of his mouth. For spirit beasts, the juvenile period often signifies weakness and helplessness. Especially for spirit beasts like the soft bones rabbit, which are not known for their physical strength, returning to the juvenile period was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. But Yu Jingcheng was different. Even though his body had reverted to that of a 6-year-old, he still retained the combat experience from his past life, the ruthless mind of an adult. Most importantly, Behind him, that iconic evil god hook tail still existed. As an external spirit bone, it had completely fused with Yu Jingcheng's spine. Even a reversal of time could not strip it away. In this arena where all skills were sealed, this tail, like a steel whip, was an invincible divine artifact. In this fair arena, I am the hunter, and you. Yu Jingcheng suddenly kicked off the ground, his small body erupting with astonishing speed. The evil god hook behind him shot out like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, whistling through the air as it lashed down. Viciously. Are merely the prey. No. Xiao Wu's father, transformed into a juvenile, was filled with despair in his eyes. Having lost teleportation, lost waist bow, lost its 100,000-year cultivation, it was utterly powerless to evade this fatal strike. Thud. Asterisk. The gray hook tip pierced through the small body without any resistance. Blood splattered. In this strange space, a 100,000-year spirit beast of a generation was instantly killed, unable to even put up a decent fight. Devour. Yu Jingcheng showed no mercy, a single thought in his mind. The evil god hook blazed with dark light, instantly devouring all of Xiao Wu's father's life origin and soul power. As the battle ended, the space of the life and death arena began to collapse. The outside world. Just as Daming and Erming were still frantically attacking Xiaojin, trying to find Yu Jingcheng's trail. A flash of gray light. Yu Jingcheng's figure reappeared in his original spot, completely unscathed. His aura even seemed a few degrees stronger than before. And at his feet, Xiao Wu's father, who had been ferocious just moments ago, was now a shriveled corpse. A blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring slowly rose, floating before Yu Jingcheng. Roar. Seeing this scene, the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, letting out heart-wrenching roars of grief. In just a short moment, Xiao Wu's mother had died in battle, Xiao Wu had been captured, and now Xiao Wu's father had fallen. Of the family of 4, 3 were already gone. Don't be in such a hurry to yell. Yu Jingcheng's gaze turned icily towards the titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python. Next, it's your turn. The air was thick with the heavy smell of blood, the mournful aura of a fallen 100,000-year spirit beast. Looking at the blood-red spirit ring floating before them, Daming and Erming completely lost their minds. Roar. The titan giant ape pounded its chest madly with its fists, creating thunderous booms like war drums. With every step it took, the earth trembled violently. The sky azure bull python's body surged with raging lightning, its massive serpent tail sweeping out, trying desperately to break through Xiao Jin's obstruction and tear Yu Jingcheng to pieces. However, just as the two beasts were about to launch their suicidal charge. If you want her to die, then keep moving. A voice, cold enough to freeze bone, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, instantly froze the boiling battlefield. Yu Jingcheng's expression was indifferent. The evil god hook behind him snaked out like a spirit serpent, its sharp barb pressed firmly against Xiao Wu's fair, fragile throat. With just a slight exertion of force, the sharp hook tip could instantly pierce her windpipe. MMPH. Xiao Wu, tightly locked by the evil god hook, now resembled a broken rag doll. Her face pale as paper, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Stop. The sky azure bull python let out a shrill roar, its massive body coming to an abrupt halt in midair. The tremendous inertia caused all the trees around it to snap. The titan giant ape also slammed to a stop. Its lantern-sized blood-red eyes were filled with a struggle between savage fury and the fear of harming what they held dear. They dared not gamble. Sister Xiao Wu was already their last remaining family in this world. Seeing the two beasts halt, a mocking curve lifted the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. That's more like it. Yu Jingcheng leisurely straightened his sleeve, as if the person who had just brutally killed a 100,000-year spirit beast in the life and death arena wasn't him. Let's make a deal. Yu Jingcheng's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two great spirit beasts. The two of you, actively perform a sacrifice to me. As long as you become my spirit ring and spirit bone, I will spare this little rabbit. As these words fell, dead silence enveloped the scene. Even Bone Douluo Gu Rong, standing to the side, couldn't help but twitch an eyelid. What a ruthless kid, killing her parents, then forcing her guardian beasts to sacrifice to him, and finally using their daughter as a bargaining chip. This was practically the ultimate performance of the phrase, to squeeze every last drop. You, what did you say? The sky azure bull python's massive bovine head was full of disbelief, its voice trembling. Human, you are despicable. Shameless. Sacrifice. That was the most tragic form of sacrifice for a spirit beast. It required not only offering one's life but also one's soul, dedicating all of one's cultivation unreservedly to a human to help them ascend to godhood. Despicable. Yu Jingcheng sneered coldly, the evil god hook in his hand tightening slightly, drawing a thin line of blood on Xiao Wu's delicate neck. In this world of the weak being prey to the strong, there is only victory and defeat, no such thing as despicable. The current situation is very clear. You can't defeat my clone, and you can't save her. Keep resisting, and the result will be your deaths, her death, the whole family neatly heading to the afterlife together. But if you perform the sacrifice. Yu Jingcheng paused, a hint of temptation flashing in his eyes. At the very least, she will live. Trading your 2 lives for her 1 life. That's a very cost-effective deal, isn't it? Daming and Erming were completely stunned. They looked at Xiao Wu, held limply in Yu Jingcheng's hand, on the verge of death. Then looked at the corpses of Xiao Wu's parents on the ground. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Chapter 68 Intimidation. Have you heard of Spicy Rabbit Head? I'll explain the steps to you. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they die. But if Sister Xiao Wu also dies, then what is the meaning of their existence? Just as the 2 beasts fell into a desperate struggle and their inner defenses were about to collapse. No. Don't. Xiao Wu, who was originally in a semi-comatose state, perhaps hearing the word, sacrifice, actually struggled as if experiencing a final burst of lucidity. Xiao Wu opened her eyes with difficulty, looking at those 2 familiar figures in the distance, her tears instantly bursting forth. Daming, Erming, don't listen to him. He killed father, killed mother. He is a demon, even if you sacrifice, he won't let me go. Although Xiao Wu's voice was weak, it carried a resolute will to die. She twisted her body desperately, even wanting to actively throw herself against that sharp evil god hook to cut off Yu Jingcheng's hopes. Go, you guys leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Xiao Wu's shrill cries were like sharp knives, ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of Daming and Erming. Sister Xiao Wu. Erming let out a cry of sorrow, the red light in his eyes surging again, as if wanting to rush over regardless of everything. Noisy. Yu Jingcheng frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He hated this kind of tragic scene of parting in death the most. Especially this kind of variable that might ruin his great plans. Slap. A crisp and loud sound of a slap suddenly exploded in the forest. Yu Jingcheng backhanded a slap, heavily striking Xiao Wu's rabbit face. This slap, carrying spirit power, was so powerful that it directly caused half of Xiao Wu's cheek to swell up high, with blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Ah! Xiao Wu screamed, her already weak body could not withstand such devastation. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted directly, her head hanging down weakly. The world finally became quiet. Sister Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu knocked unconscious, Daming and Erming's hearts were about to break, and their anger almost burned away their reason. Don't get excited. Yu Jingcheng shook his hand as if he were disgusted by the foundation stained on it, his tone still outrageously calm. She just fainted, she's not dead yet. However, Yu Jingcheng raised his head, staring grimly at the 200,000-year spirit beasts that were about to go berserk, and issued the final ultimatum. My patience is limited. If the sacrifice does not begin within 3 breaths, I will first chop off one of her hands to liven things up for you. Before Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape could regain their senses, or even process the threat of chopping off a foot to liven things up, Yu Jingcheng's gaze suddenly moved away from Xiao Wu's leg, following her limp body upward, finally settling on that drooping head. Looking at that pair of long rabbit ears hanging weakly due to her unconsciousness, Yu Jingcheng seemed to have suddenly thought of a brilliant idea and actually burst into laughter without any warning. That laughter echoed in the dead forest, sounding particularly piercing, with a hair-raising madness and playfulness. Tisk tisk tisk. Yu Jingcheng stretched out a finger, gently lifting Xiao Wu's chin. Examining it from side to side, as if inspecting a product about to be put on the shelf, or looking at a top-tier ingredient. Then, Yu Jingcheng raised his head, meeting the gazes of Daming and Erming that were almost spitting fire, and said slowly. Compared to chopping off a foot, I suddenly thought of a more interesting way to handle this. You two beasts have stayed in the depths of the Stardew Great Forest all year round, you probably haven't seen much of the world. Yu Jingcheng's mouth split open, revealing a row of forest white teeth, the malice in his eyes almost turning into substance and overflowing. In some parts of our human world, there is a famous traditional dish that is popular in all the streets and alleys. It's called spicy rabbit head. Hearing these 4 words, although Da Ming and Ming didn't understand human cooking, just from the literal meaning, a bone-chilling coldness instantly surged up their spines. Yu Jingcheng seemed to enjoy their fear at this moment, continuing in that relaxed tone as if discussing what to have for dinner, cruelly describing. The preparation of this dish is quite particular. First, the skin and flesh on this rabbit head must be cleaned off, revealing the white bone. Then it's braised for a long time with dozens of spices and special red oil chili peppers. Stir-fried over high heat, then simmered over low heat until that spicy and fragrant taste completely penetrates the bone marrow. Speaking of this, Yu Jingcheng even swallowed his saliva with great affectation, his finger gently tapping Xiao Wu's forehead, making a thump-thump sound. Especially this brain, one slurp down. That taste is simply a masterpiece of the human world. It's perfect for accompanying wine. Roar. Titan giant ape could no longer endure this kind of verbal lingering execution. It let out a roar of grief and indignation, its huge fist smashing heavily onto the ground, creating a bottomless pit. It wished it could tear the demon in front of it into pieces, making Sister Xiao Wu into a dish, and sucking the brain marrow. This was simply the greatest desecration to them and to Sister Xiao Wu. What, are you Life Qi? Seeing the two beasts looking almost insane, the smile on Yu Jingcheng's face instantly vanished, replaced by endless coldness and ruthlessness. Yu Jingcheng used the evil god hook to pierce directly through Xiao Wu's long ears. He lifted her whole body up, making her face directly face the 2 giant beasts. Drenched in blood, it's right to be Life Qi. Remember this feeling of powerlessness. Now, there is only this one path before you. Yu Jingcheng's voice was like a judge from the 9 nether, issuing the final death sentence. Immediately sacrifice, otherwise, not only will your sister Xiao Wu die, but I will skin her, pull out her tendons, and cut off this beautiful head in front of your corpses. Make it into that spicy rabbit head. When the time comes, I will definitely chew and swallow even the bone fragments, letting your family of 4 reunite in my stomach. 3. The countdown began. Roar. Titan giant ape's fists were clenched tight, its eyes full of anger and vigilance, staring fixedly at Yu Jingcheng. Beside it, in the sky azure bull python's giant eyes, there was even more human-like wariness and disgust. At this moment, Yu Jingcheng no longer had his previous refined and elegant manner. An extremely evil, cold, and fallen gray airflow was circling wildly around his body. Behind him, a terrifying tiger phantom, pitch black all over, with wings on its back and a tail like a scorpion hook, was faintly visible. The tiger's eyes were one red and one blue, emitting a soul-stirring and demonic light. Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger Spirit. Chapter 69. Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger Spirit. How evil. Sky Azure Bull Python. I can sacrifice, but you must promise me. Human, you actually possess such a filthy spirit. Sky Azure Bull Python's voice rumbled low like thunder, carrying undisguised killing intent. The dark demonic evil god tiger is a disgrace to the spirit beast world, an evil existence that evolves by devouring its own kind. A person possessing such a spirit cannot be trusted. If you think you can use this evil power to help Sister Xiao Wu, I believe you want to seize the chance to devour her origin. Sky Azure Bull Python finished speaking. Titan giant ape fiercely hammered its chest, letting out a deafening roar that made the surrounding trees tremble. Clearly, Yu Jingcheng's utterly sinister and imposing appearance had directly touched upon the most sensitive nerves of the spirit beasts. Facing the wrath of 200,000-year spirit beasts, Yu Jingcheng appeared completely unruffled. Yu Jingcheng slightly raised his right hand. Da Ming, Ming, calm yourselves. What distinguishes power as righteous or evil? Only the human heart distinguishes good from malice. If I wished to harm her, why would I waste words with you until now? Before Da Ming could refute, an even more terrifying pressure abruptly descended. HMPH. Ji Yu Rong moved. Behind Ji Yu Rong, the phantom of a bone dragon roared. 9 spirit rings pulsed rhythmically beneath his feet. You two beasts, refusing a face-saving offer, is that it? Within Gu Rong's deeply sunken eye sockets, ghostly flames flickered, his tone grim. The young lord deigning to lend a hand is your great fortune. Were it not for the young lord's order, this old man would skin you right now to make bone armor. Simultaneously, Douluo also let out a sinister, low chuckle. Although he was only a spirit Douluo, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison on him was nothing short of a cataclysm for large-scale biological life. Hiss. The flowers and plants in this Stardow Great Forest are truly flourishing. If this old man were to spew a cloud of poison, I wonder how many living beings would remain in this core area. Douluo toyed with a wisp of green poisonous mist at his fingertip, the threat implicit. However, Yu Jingcheng secretly transmitted a message, telling Douluo to rein it in a bit. Beneath this lake of life, there were still vicious beasts like DTN. The reason Yu Jingcheng dared to bring a few people to the lake of life for a hunt was still because he had read the original work. The Spirit Hall had brought people to hunt Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Yet, beneath the lake of life, there wasn't the slightest stir. Therefore, he naturally had nothing to fear. Although from a reader's perspective, the reason DTN and the others remained unmoved while Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape were hunted was because there simply was no such setting in Douluo. But the world Yu Jingcheng was in was real. It wasn't a novel in a book. Some contradictions and bugs automatically disappeared. This was a logically self-consistent world. This was also the conclusion Yu Jingcheng had reached after his transmigration. On the other side, although Yi Bingcheng did not speak, she was clearly also prepared to act at any moment, ready to provide healing. Before them stood Yu Jingcheng with his dark demonic evil god tiger and holy dragon of light, spirits. Beside them stood Gu Rong, whose defense and attacks were both unpredictable and mysterious. Add to that a Douluo who could potentially drag the entire forest to its doom at any moment. And the 100,000-year Golden Earth Dragon King, Little Gold, watching covetously from the side. Sky Azure Bull Python's massive body stiffened slightly. It wasn't stupid. It understood clearly that if a real fight broke out, the two brothers might manage to trade their lives for one or two of the opponents, but Sister Xiao Wu would absolutely not be saved. Moreover, Daming glanced at the little hut, pierced by Yu Jingcheng's evil godhook in an unbearable agony. A trace of profound helplessness and sorrow flashed in its eyes. Sister Xiao Wu's current condition could not afford any more delay. Without external help, she would likely truly. Big brother. Titan Giant Ape growled lowly, its voice filled with stifled resentment. Sky Azure Bull Python took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the disgust and wariness in its heart, its enormous eyes turning back to Yu Jingcheng. Human, although I do not trust you, nor do I trust your evil spirit. But, given the current situation, we truly have no choice. Titan Giant Ape's voice became somewhat hoarse, carrying a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. If you can truly save Sister Xiao Wu, I, Daming, owe you my life. But if you dare play any tricks, even if I have to self-destruct my beast core, I will drag you down with me. Hearing this, the red and blue light in Yu Jingcheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he reined in some of his aggressive aura. That's more like it. Yu Jingcheng stepped forward unhurriedly, ignoring Ming's breath that almost hit his face, and said calmly. Rest assured, I have no interest in the spirit ring of 100,000-year soft bones rabbit. My goals are far grander than you imagine. As long as you obediently perform the sacrifice for me, I will let it go. I will not break my word. Even if you want to resist, can you defeat us? Right now, you have no choice. Seeing Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape still hesitating and indecisive, a flash of impatience appeared in the depths of Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Yu Jingcheng did not speak, merely tilting his head slightly to give a look to Little Gold, who had been poised and ready by his side. Roar! The instant it received Yu Jingcheng's signal, the little golden earth dragon king suddenly raised its massive head and let out a heaven-shaking, earth-quaking roar. In that instant, a terrifying pressure belonging to 100,000-year spirit beast erupted without reservation. But this pressure was not for attack, it was for containment. Little Gold's colossal body suddenly took a massive step forward, the earth trembling violently. Wave after wave of earth and yellow light rippled outward from it as the center, rapidly spreading in all directions. Instantly, it formed an impregnable gravity field. Simultaneously, the light domain opened once more, making Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python feel an immense threat. This field was as heavy as a mountain, directly sealing off the retreat path behind Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. And even the space surrounding the entire Lake of Life, completely shut off. Before them, Ji Yurong and Dugu Bo watched covetously. Behind them, the little golden Earth Dragon King, also of the 100,000-year level and possessing an extremely powerful bloodline suppression, cut off their retreat. This was fundamentally a situation with no way out. Ming originally still wanted to fight desperately, but after sensing that gravity containment that nearly suffocated it, the fury in its eyes was ultimately replaced by despair. It growled unwillingly, its enormous fist smashing fiercely into the ground, creating a deep pit, but it no longer dared to act rashly. Because it knew that if a fight started, Sister Xiaowu would undoubtedly die. Sigh. A long sigh escaped from Sky Azure Bull Python's mouth. That sound was filled with endless desolation and loneliness. Its massive bovine head slowly lowered. The eyes that originally flickered with lightning now also grew dim and listless. It took a deep look at Xiaowu, pierced by the evil god hook and on the verge of death, and the last trace of hope in its heart shattered along with it. Human, you win. Sky Azure Bull Python's voice was no longer deafening like thunder, instead, it carried a deep weariness. We can perform the sacrifice for you. If it can buy Sister Xiaowu a chance to live, what does it matter if we give you this lifetime of cultivation? Chapter 70. Never intended to keep his word. Swearing by the god of evil, the Sky Azure Bull Python sacrifices. Hearing this, the corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, just as he was about to speak. Wait. The Sky Azure Bull Python suddenly raised its head, its massive eyes staring intently at Yu Jingcheng, a final burst of spirit and resolve erupting within them. I don't trust your character, and I trust your evil spirit even less. If you want us to sacrifice ourselves, you must swear an oath. The Sky Azure Bull Python's voice suddenly became sharp and shrill, like a cuckoo crying blood. Swear to the divinity. If, after Ming and I sacrifice ourselves, you break your promise and do not let Sister Xiaowu leave, or secretly harm her, then, the divinities of the god realm shall bring down divine punishment. May your spirit shatter, your cultivation be lost, and may you never be reincarnated, your divine soul completely annihilated. The Sky Azure Bull Python roared these words with almost every ounce of its strength. In this world, especially for existences that have cultivated to their level, oaths are no laughing matter. Especially swearing to the legendary divinity. Although there wasn't such a mysterious binding force of karma. But what if Yu Jingcheng swore to the divinity, and then broke the oath, and happened to be discovered by the divinity? Then Yu Jingcheng would have to pay the price. It was gambling. Gambling that this human's thirst for power outweighed his desire for slaughter. Gambling that this human wouldn't dare risk his future and life to challenge the majesty of the divinity. Beside it, the Titan Giant Ape also widened its eyes, staring intently at Yu Jingcheng. As if the moment he dared to make even a single word of excuse, it would immediately detonate its internal origin cultivation, dragging everyone down with it. Hearing this, the smile on Yu Jingcheng's face didn't fade in the slightest. Looking at the Sky Azure Bull Python's resolute gaze, Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly, his tone calm and composed. Very well. I, Yu Jingcheng, swear to the divinity. In his heart, Yu Jingcheng couldn't help but laugh. Swear to the divinity. This wasn't some Shanja or primordial world. Even if he called out the names of those god realm law enforcers, they wouldn't pay him any mind at all. Or rather, they didn't even know he was swearing in their names. Furthermore, Yu Jingcheng thought of a perfect divine entity in whose name he could swear. The god of evil. He had no intention of letting Xiaowu leave. The only reason he said so was that he didn't want the two beasts to self-detonate. If they self-detonated, even if they didn't suffer any major injuries, they could still get the spirit bone. But they could forget about the 100,000-year spirit ring. If he could trick the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape into sacrificing themselves directly to him, that would be maximizing the benefits. As for breaking his word, wasn't he afraid of retaliation from the divinity? What a joke. To the god of evil, he would probably love to see more of this kind of drama. Otherwise, where do you think the name, evil, came from? Yu Jingcheng slowly raised his right hand, his expression solemn as if he were performing a sacred ritual. But deep in his eyes, there was a hidden trace of playfulness that only he understood. The heavens above and the god realm here. I, Yu Jingcheng, swear today by my spirit, and furthermore, I swear to one of the 5 law enforcers of the god realm, one of the god kings, the god of evil. Hearing the words, god of evil, the massive bodies of the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape trembled slightly. Although they didn't know much about the god realm, they knew that the higher the god position, the stronger the binding force of the oath. To dare to swear to one of the 5 law enforcers, a god king, it seemed this human was serious. Yu Jingcheng's voice was powerful and resonant, echoing over the lake of life. If, after accepting the sacrifice of the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, I break my promise and do not let Xiao Wu leave, or secretly harm her, then let me receive the divine punishment of the god of evil, my spirit shattered, my cultivation completely dispersed, my soul falling into the 9 netherworld, never to be reincarnated. In his heart, however, Yu Jingcheng sneered repeatedly. In this world, divinities indeed exist, but oaths have no karma. But swearing to the god of evil, not to do evil things. This was simply a joke. The god of evil's origin power stems from the world's negative emotions, cunning, and betrayal. His current actions of deception and tricking the spirit beasts into sacrificing themselves might be seen as heinous in the eyes of the god of justice. But in the eyes of the god of evil, not only would he likely not bring down punishment, but he might even think this kid has a spiritual root for it, perhaps even bestowing a divine gift to reward such pure evil. This wasn't a deadly oath, it was clearly a pledge of loyalty. However, how could the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape understand the convoluted divisions of duties in the god realm? In their simple understanding, daring to use the name of a supreme god to swear such a deadly oath was the ultimate sign of sincerity. Big brother. The titan giant ape looked at the sky azure bull python, the violence and vigilance in its eyes finally dissipating, replaced by a tragic sense of relief. The sky azure bull python's massive bull head also nodded slowly, its tense muscles relaxing. Fine, human, since you dare to make such a heavy oath, we will believe you this once. It turned its head, its massive eyes landing one last time, tenderly, upon the unconscious girl in pink. That was the sister Xiao Wu they had protected for 100,000 years. From now on, they could no longer stay by her side, listen to her commands, or watch her cause mischief. Ming, take a look, one last look. The sky azure bull python's voice was low and raspy, filled with profound reluctance. The titan giant ape reached out a massive finger, wanting to touch Xiao Wu. But it feared its rough skin would hurt her. Ultimately, it just hovered in midair, letting out a low, mournful growl. Sister Xiao Wu, you must live on. The 200,000-year spirit beasts looked at each other, the resolve in their eyes reaching its peak at this moment. Come. The sky azure bull python suddenly threw back its head, a desolate and long dragon roar echoing through the clouds. The next moment, a blinding blood-red light suddenly erupted from its body, instantly staining everything around it crimson. That wasn't ordinary spirit power light, that was the fire of sacrifice produced by burning its life origin. At the same time, the titan giant ape also beat its chest and roared, the yellowish-brown light across its body transforming into an ultimate dark red, intertwining with the sky azure bull python's aura. 2 energy fluctuations, so massive they were suffocating, instantly locked onto Yu Jingcheng standing by the lakeshore. Buzz. Space seemed to freeze at this moment. The originally calm lake of life instantly boiled, and all the plants trembled under this terrifying pressure. Du Gubo and Ji Yurong both instinctively took a few steps back. Even for a titled Douluo, facing the sacrifice of 200,000-year spirit beasts actively burning their lives, it was a heart-pounding sight. Only Yu Jingcheng stood at the center of that bloody storm, arms wide open, a fanatical and greedy smile on his face. Come, become the stepping stones to my divine throne. The sky azure bull python's massive body began to turn illusory, transforming into streaks of extremely pure azure light, surging frantically into Yu Jingcheng's body. The sacrifice had begun. Chapter 71. 100,000-year sky azure bull python right arm bone. Dual forms of martial soul true body. First form. Saint Dragon Descent. Boom. As the sky azure bull python's massive body burned away completely, an indescribably vast energy, like a river breaching its dam, did not violently destroy the surroundings, but instead transformed into the gentlest, purest origin power, enveloping Yu Jingcheng's entire being within it. This was the sacrifice, a domineering yet tragic absolute rule. Within this blood-red magnetic field, Yu Jingcheng didn't even need to actively circulate his spirit power. That majestic energy automatically poured into his limbs and bones like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Good, good, good. Yu Jingcheng felt the power surging wildly within him, his heart filled with wild joy. The original rank 65 spirit power bottleneck was as fragile as thin paper under the impact of this 100,000-year cultivation. Rank 66, rank 67, rank 68. In just a few breaths, the level barriers that could trouble an ordinary spirit emperor for years were broken through layer by layer with irresistible force. Rank 69, rank 70. Without the slightest pause, his spirit power directly reached the overflowing state of rank 70. If not for the need to condense a spirit ring to continue the breakthrough, this massive energy would likely have pushed him directly to an even higher level. Roar! At that moment, the holy dragon of light hovering behind Yu Jingcheng suddenly let out a long roar toward the sky. After devouring the life essence of the sky azure bull python, the holy dragon of light felt its dragon clan bloodline improve significantly. Every dragon scale shimmered with brilliant golden light, its whiskers fluttered, and its horns grew formidable. Immediately after, the sky-filling blood-colored light began to condense frantically beneath the holy dragon of light. A spirit ring, crimson as blood yet emitting a crystalline luster, slowly took shape. That was the treasure everyone in the Spirit Master's world dreamed of, a 100,000-year spirit ring. More importantly, this was Yu Jingcheng's seventh soul ring. For a spirit master, the seventh soul ring signified the martial soul true body, the beginning of a qualitative change. And for Yu Jingcheng, who possessed a body-separating martial soul, the significance of this 100,000-year level 7th soul ring was even more extraordinary. The blood-red spirit ring settled steadily upon the massive body of the holy dragon of light. It complemented the other 6 spirit rings, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. The holy dragon of light's eyes instantly turned blue-gold, reflecting a trace of the sky azure bull python's residual charm. Is this the power of a 100,000-year martial soul true body? Yu Jingcheng clenched his fists, feeling the sense of power that was almost overflowing from his body, the greed in his eyes growing more intense. However, the surprises did not end there. As the spirit ring condensed, a streak of azure light was stripped from the body of the nearly dissipated sky azure bull python. Carrying a desolate aura of thunder, it instantly merged into Yu Jingcheng's right arm. In an instant, a sensation of both numbness and heat spread through his entire right arm. Yu Jingcheng felt as if the bones in his right arm were being reshaped, his muscles were cheering, and his meridians were expanding. The light faded. Beneath the surface of his right arm, a layer of azure dragon scale patterns faintly appeared before vanishing. The 100,000-year sky azure bull python right arm bone had been successfully fused. God of evil above. Yu Jingcheng stroked his right arm, which was filled with explosive power, a highly ironic curve hooking his lips as he whispered to himself. It seems you are quite satisfied with this sincerity of mine. The surroundings were deathly silent. Douluo, Bo, Ji Yu Rong, and Yi Bingcheng stood frozen on the spot. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Yu Jingcheng and the holy dragon of light. After a long time, Douluo Bo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. It's done. He looked at the unharmed Yu Jingcheng, whose aura had even skyrocketed. Even at this moment, his face was full of disbelief. That was a 100,000-year spirit beast. Even a titled Douluo would lose a layer of skin when facing the deathbed counterattack of a 100,000-year spirit beast. But what about Yu Jingcheng? Merely by using schemes, using words, and even exploiting the emotional bonds between spirit beasts, he had made this forest overlord willingly sacrifice itself. Old poison, I now understand why you hold him in such high regard. Ji Yu Rong took a deep breath. His face, which usually carried a bit of gloom, was now filled with shock and wariness. Such intellect, such planning, he's practically a demon of wisdom. Winning without a drop of blood, he obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. If he is allowed to grow, the heavens of this continent might truly change. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the figure standing with hands behind his back. Besides shock, her heart held even more of an indescribable admiration. This was the man she had chosen to follow, turning his hand to call the clouds and flipping it to bring the rain. Even 100,000-year spirit beast was just a pawn on his chessboard. At this moment, Yu Jingcheng didn't pay much attention to the reactions of the three. His entire mind was immersed in the earth-shattering changes within his body. This feeling, Yu Jingcheng closed his eyes, carefully sensing the state of the holy dragon of light. He was surprised to find that within the originally pure and brilliant golden light, there was now a touch of deep, ancient azure. That was the Sky Azure Bull Python's origin bloodline. As a top-tier spirit beast possessing the Azure Dragon bloodline, the Sky Azure Bull Python's bloodline level was extremely high. During the sacrifice process, this Azure Dragon bloodline did not dissipate, but was instead greedily swallowed by the Holy Dragon of Light and forcibly refined. Roar! Within his sea of consciousness, the Holy Dragon of Light let out a joyful low roar. The foundation, which had been slightly unstable due to the mutation, was completely solidified at this moment. Its dragon horns became longer and more formidable, and mysterious azure cloud patterns appeared on its scales. A true Dragon King pressure emanated from its very core. Good. Excellent. Yu Jingcheng's heart was filled with wild joy. By devouring the Azure Dragon bloodline, the Holy Dragon of Light's quality has improved by at least 30%. Now, it is not just a Holy Dragon of Light, but a mutated Holy Dragon that also possesses the power of the Azure Dragon. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yu Jingcheng shifted his attention to that blood-red 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. Generally speaking, the 7th soul skill is the watershed for all spirit masters. Its function is singular, to materialize the martial soul and significantly boost one's own attributes. But this was a martial soul true body granted by a 100,000-year spirit ring. How could it be so simple? The moment Yu Jingcheng's divine sense touched that spirit ring, a massive stream of information flooded his mind. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open, 2 beams of sharp light shooting from them. So that's how it is. It actually has dual forms. Yu Jingcheng's breathing was rapid. This 100,000-year martial soul true body actually granted him 2 completely different combat styles. First form, Saint Dragon Descent. This was the ultimate enhancement of the body-separating martial soul. The Holy Dragon of Light's size would explode to over 100 meters, transforming into a true war beast, possessing independent consciousness and capable of delivering devastating strikes in place of the original body. Chapter 72. Titan Giant Ape. You don't want Xiao Wu to become a spicy rabbit head, do you? The sacrifice begins. In this form, all attributes of the Holy Dragon of Light increase by 300%, and it is immune to 50% of physical and energy damage. It is simply a tireless killing machine. But that isn't what surprised Yu Jingcheng the most. What truly shocked him was the second form, Holy Dragon Body Integration. The greatest weakness of a body-separating martial soul is the fragility of the main body. But this second form perfectly solves that problem. In this form, the Holy Dragon of Light, which usually stays outside, will break the rules of separation and instantly return to the body, merging completely with Yu Jingcheng just like a beast spirit possession. At that time, Yu Jingcheng will obtain all the power of the Holy Dragon of Light, taking on an incarnation of a half-human, half-dragon combat form. Not only will he possess a powerful physical body defense, but he will also be able to use all Dragon Clan combat techniques at will. With this move, I am no longer just a summoner who can only hide in the back and command. Instead, I will be a dragon warrior capable of close quarters combat with a titled Douluo. Yu Jingcheng clenched his fist, feeling the power that could explode at any moment, his heart filled with a sense of security he had never felt before. Finally, his gaze fell upon his right arm. There, the 100,000-year Sky Azure Bull Python right arm bone was emitting a warm green light. A 100,000-year spirit bone is guaranteed to yield 2 skills. With a thought from Yu Jingcheng, information about the 2 skills clearly surfaced. First spirit bone skill, Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw. This is an absolute divine control technique. Ignoring physical defense, it directly locks onto the enemy's soul and physical body. Once it hits, the enemy's six senses will be forcibly stripped away, and their body will fall into a state of extreme sluggishness. Even a titled Douluo would become a target at someone's mercy after being hit. Although it has a cooldown, in critical moments, this is the trump card to turn the tide of battle. Second Spirit Bone skill. Sky Azure Annihilation Thunder. This is a single target burst attack skill with extreme power. It condenses the lifelong thunder power of the Sky Azure Bull Python into a bolt of annihilation green lightning. It possesses extreme piercing power and a paralyzing effect. Even more terrifying is that this skill requires no charging, it strikes instantly, making it impossible to defend against. One for control, one for the kill, a perfect combination. Yu Jingcheng stroked his right arm with satisfaction, the smile on his face growing wider. Yu Jingcheng slowly retracted the suffocatingly terrifying aura from his body and turned around. Those azure gold vertical pupils, which had just fused with the essence of the Sky Azure Bull Python, carried a hint of mockery and a hint of greed. As they landed on the Titan giant ape not far away, this forest king, who usually ran rampant in the Stardow Great Forest and struck fear into the hearts of countless spirit masters, now looked like a helpless child. Its massive body sat slumped on the ground, its hands clutching the earth so hard they crushed the solid rock into powder. In its enormous eyes, tears rolled down like a bursting dam, splashing into the mud. Roar! Ah! A low, suppressed mournful cry rumbled from deep within its throat, enough to make any listener weep. It had just witnessed its elder brother, its companion of tens of thousands of years. For the sake of that ethereal hope of resurrection, and for Xiao Wu, willingly transform into the spirit ring and spirit bone of the human before it. The pain of having one's soul stripped away, the finality of a life completely dissipating, made its heart feel as if it were being crushed by an invisible giant hand. Hey! A light chuckle broke the sorrowful atmosphere. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his signature gentle smile on his face. Big guy, don't be so sad. Your elder brother isn't dead, he has simply changed his form to be with me, to be with Xiao Wu. Yu Jingcheng spoke as he walked slowly toward the Titan giant ape, each step calm and unhurried. Look, his power and his wisdom have gained eternal life within this body of mine. Next, it's your turn, isn't it? Yu Jingcheng's tone shifted, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a meaningful solemnity. You wouldn't want this rabbit to become the spicy rabbit head I just described, would you? The Titan giant ape's body shook violently, the fire of rage in its eyes nearly erupting. This human, this insatiable human, it wanted to kill him. To smash this hypocritical human into a pulp with a single punch. But, just as it was about to go berserk, Yu Jingcheng simply glanced indifferently at the unconscious Xiao Wu. You can certainly kill me. Yu Jingcheng had a smile of absolute confidence on his face. But if you kill me, this rabbit will truly be beyond saving. Besides, your elder brother is watching you from inside me. Can you bear to disappoint him? Can you bear to watch the opportunity he traded his life for be ruined because of your selfishness? The Titan giant ape's raised fist froze in midair. It looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu, at her face which was so pale it lacked even a trace of blood. That was the sister Xiao Wu it had watched grow up. That was the family member it had sworn to protect with its life. Its elder brother was already gone. If it didn't comply, if Xiao Wu really couldn't be resurrected because of insufficient energy, then what point was there in it staying alive? The fire of rage in the Titan giant ape's eyes slowly died out, eventually turning into endless despair and resolve. It slowly lowered its fist, its massive body kneeling on the ground once more with a thunderous boom, as if bowing to fate. It turned its head and took a deep look at Xiao Wu, its eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Then, it looked back at Yu Jingcheng. In those massive beast pupils, there was a heart-stopping deadness and coldness. Roar! The Titan giant ape let out an ear-splitting roar. Though it was in beast tongue, everyone present, including Yu Jingcheng, understood its meaning. It was a warning, a curse, and a final oath. Open black lens bracket human. Remember the poisonous oath you just made, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket if you break your word, if you fail to save Sister Xiao Wu, if you betray our trust, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket even if our souls turn into vengeful ghosts, even if we are never allowed to reincarnate, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. We will curse you day and night within your sea of consciousness, shattering your spirit, making you suffer the pain of heart-devouring ants, and leaving you without a place to be buried, close black lens bracket. Hearing this oath full of venomous hatred, Yu Jingcheng felt dismissive in his heart, but his expression was solemn. He raised his right hand and nodded gravely. I, Yu Jingcheng, swear once again to the god of evil that I will not fail this trust. If I violate this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me, and may I fall into eternal perdition. Yu Jingcheng confirmed again. Titan Ape finally stopped hesitating. It looked toward Xiao Wu one last time, as if to carve her image into the depths of its soul. Next moment, boom, a surge of earthy yellow light, even more violent and heavy than when the sky azure bull python sacrificed itself, erupted from within the Titan giant ape. The gravity magnetic field instantly distorted. The sacrifice begins. Chapter 73. Evil. Too bad, I like it. 9 Trials of Evil. Incompetent Titan Giant Ape. God Realm, the highest point. Evil Temple. Upon the throne, a slender figure leaned back lazily. It was the God of Evil. At this moment, a water mirror condensed from pure divine force floated before him. Reflected in the mirror was the scene occurring in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. Hey! The moment he heard Yu Jingcheng raise his right hand and solemnly declare, I swear by the God of Evil. This God King, who governed all the laws of evil in the world, was first slightly stunned, and then, ha 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 ha. A burst of frantic and unrestrained laughter instantly shook the entire temple. Even the clouds outside the hall were churned incessantly by this terrifying divine force. Interesting. This is truly interesting. The God of Evil pointed at Yu Jingcheng in the water mirror, laughing so hard he doubled over, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and amusement. As a God King, a strand of his divine thought had long since perceived the cause and effect. This human named Yu Jingcheng was simply a natural-born seed of evil. Killing that rabbit's parents, turning her into an orphan. Now, using that orphan as a bargaining chip. Exploiting the protection and bonds those two stupid beasts feel for that rabbit to force them to sacrifice themselves to him. The best part is, the God of Evil wiped away the tears from his laughter, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth. He actually dared to swear in my name to complete this utter scam. If it were those old fossils of light who always talk about benevolence and morality, they probably would have sent down divine punishment long ago. Striking this mortal who blasphemed the gods dead with a bolt of lightning. But I am different. The God of Evil stood up, his black robes moving without wind as a terrifying pressure that transcended heaven and earth instantly. Erupted. Despicable, shameless, insidious, cunning. No, in the eyes of mortals, this is evil. But in my eyes, this is the ultimate talent. Using any means to achieve one's goals, regarding rules as nothing, and manipulating people's hearts in the palm of one's hand. This is true evil. This is the trait I have been searching for. He had stayed in the God realm for too long. The endless years and tedious duties had long since left him deeply weary. He and the God of Kindness had long intended to travel to the lower realm, but they had struggled to find a suitable successor. And today, Yu Jingcheng's appearance was like a bright lamp lit in the darkness. Though this lamp was also black, instantly illuminating the God of Evil's path to retirement. Good lad, since you suit my taste so well, then I shall grant your wish. Didn't you swear to me? Then I shall respond to your oath. The God of Evil raised a pale finger and pointed from afar at Yu Jingcheng in the water mirror. A divine light, black as ink yet containing the highest laws, instantly pierced through the barriers of the God realm, ignored the distance of space, and went straight toward the Douluo continent. However, to inherit my God position, having schemes alone is not enough. I must also see if you are ruthless enough and cold-blooded enough. Yu Jingcheng, catch it well. This is the meeting gift I am sending you. Douluo continent, Stardo Great Forest. The Titan giant ape's sacrifice was underway. That yellowish-brown gravity halo had just enveloped Yu Jingcheng, and vast amounts of energy were frantically pouring into his body. However, just at that moment, boom, the originally clear sky darkened without warning. It wasn't covered in dark clouds, but rather the entire firmament seemed to be instantly obscured by a massive black cloth. A terrifying aura of evil descended thunderously from the 9 heavens. This is. Du Gubo and Ji Yurong's faces turned pale, under this pressure. Even as titled Douluo, it became incredibly difficult for them to even stand, and they were pressed directly into a kneeling position on the ground. The Titan giant ape, currently sacrificing itself, also had its pupils trembling violently. It discovered with horror that the flow of the energy it was sacrificing had actually slowed down, as if an invisible giant hand had intervened in the ritual. Yu Jingcheng, at the center of the storm, was even more stiff all over. He felt a bone-chilling divine thought directly and overbearingly crash into his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, a voice filled with majesty and evil, yet also carrying a hint of playfulness, exploded in his mind. Open black lens bracket mortal Yu Jingcheng, your hard nature is sinister and your actions are treacherous, which greatly pleases me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I specially bestow upon you the legacy of the God King of Evil, the 9 trials of evil. Close black lens bracket. What? A stormy wave rose in Yu Jingcheng's heart. God King of Evil. God position legacy. He had originally just made a casual oath, he hadn't expected it to actually draw the gaze of the God of Evil. Before Yu Jingcheng could recover from his ecstasy, the voice rang out again, releasing the content of the first trial. And this content made the smile at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth become more distorted and crazed than ever before. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of evil. First trial. Betrayal of trust. Eradicate the roots. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Trial content. Violate the oath you just made. And before the Titan giant ape is completely dead, kill the 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, Xiao Wu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Trial reward. Evil affinity 5%. All spirit ring ages increased by 500 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Failure penalty. Total destruction of the divine soul, never to be reincarnated. Close black lens bracket. Yu Jingcheng abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu. Then he glanced at the Titan giant ape, which was willing to sacrifice its life to save this young girl and now had only one breath left. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Yu Jingcheng suddenly began to chuckle, his laughter growing louder and sounding particularly piercing in this oppressive atmosphere. If God wants him to kill, how could he not? Besides, this was the most perfect ending in his plan all along. Ming, it seems, our oath needs to be adjusted slightly. Yu Jingcheng licked his lips, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Titan giant ape, currently in the middle of the sacrifice, looked at Yu Jingcheng's suddenly distorted expression. And its pupils, which were gradually losing focus, suddenly contracted. An unprecedented fear and the rage of being deceived instantly overwhelmed its rationality. Roar. The Titan giant ape let out a heart-wrenching roar. In that instant, it understood the killing intent in Yu Jingcheng's eyes and the complete scam this human had orchestrated. The oath, the leaving, it was all fake. This demon never intended to let Sister Xiao Wu go from the very beginning. Rage. A sky-high rage instantly ignited the remaining fire of the Titan giant ape's soul. It struggled desperately, wanting to take back the origin of life that was frantically gushing out. Wanting to forcibly interrupt this damned sacrifice ritual. Even if it meant self-destructing, even if it meant dying together. It wanted to drag this despicable human into hell with it. However, reality was incredibly cruel. Sacrifice is the highest rite initiated by a spirit beast using its soul as a contract with the rules of heaven and earth. There is no turning back once the arrow is fired. Once it begins, it is impossible to stop. Chapter 74. Xiao Wu dies. The Titan giant ape's curse. Yu Jingcheng. It's nothing more than the barking of a loser. The Titan giant ape discovered in horror that no matter how much it roared or struggled, the energy within its body continued to surge uncontrollably toward Yu Jingcheng like a river bursting its banks. The gravity domain that had originally symbolized protection had now become a cage imprisoning itself. Its massive body not only failed to stand up out of anger, but instead became increasingly weak and powerless due to the loss of energy. It could only watch helplessly as that demonic human walked step by step toward the unconscious Xiao Wu. And it had become an accomplice in this slaughter. Stop struggling, Titan giant ape. Yu Jingcheng looked at the Titan giant ape's eyes, which were filled with a despair bordering on madness. And a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Your sacrifice has already begun, and the rules are set. Even if you want to die now, you'll have to wait until I've sucked all your power dry. After saying this, Yu Jingcheng stopped in his tracks. He did not continue toward Xiao Wu, but instead turned his head and looked at Yi Bingcheng, who was not far away. Elder Yi. Yu Jingcheng's voice was very soft, yet it sounded like the sentence of a god of death. This rabbit is yours to handle. Hearing this, Yi Bingcheng nodded slightly. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a longsword emitting a bone-chilling aura materialized. Yu Jingcheng looked at Yi Bingcheng, the smile in his eyes deepening. The first trial of the 9 trials of evil only required me to be treacherous, pull up the roots, and kill Xiao Wu. But it never stipulated that I must finish her off, personally. What's more, Yu Jingcheng glanced at the Titan giant ape, which was struggling frantically but to no avail, his tone full of calculation and greed. I am currently absorbing this big oaf spirit ring and spirit bone, so I simply can't spare a hand to absorb that rabbit's power. Rather than wasting this last 100,000-year spirit beast, I might as well let you have it. Bingcheng, the spirit ring and spirit bone of this 100,000-year soft bones rabbit were originally gifts I prepared for you. Kill her and absorb her. Let this big oaf see with its own eyes how Sister Xiao Wu, whom it tried so hard to protect, becomes the nourishment for our growth right in front of it. Incompetent Titan giant ape. Hearing these words, the Titan giant ape's eyeballs looked like they were about to burst. Tears of blood flowed freely. It wanted to roar, but its throat could only emit a desperate, raspy, ha-ha, sound. Not only could it not save Xiao Wu, it even had to watch her be killed with its own eyes, while it itself continued to provide power to its enemy. To kill the body and destroy the heart. This is truly destroying the heart after killing the person. Yi Bingcheng said nothing more, carrying her longsword as she walked step by step toward the unconscious Xiao Wu. Every footfall felt like it was stepping on the Titan giant ape's heart. When Yi Bingcheng reached Xiao Wu and raised her longsword high, the light in the Titan giant ape's eyes shattered completely. Despair, endless darkness and despair instantly swallowed the last of the Forest King's sanity. Poochie. The longsword fell, and blood splattered. Under the Titan giant ape's desperate gaze, the sharp blade in Yi Bingcheng's hand accurately and coldly pierced Xiao Wu's heart. That dazzling crimson became the only color the Titan giant ape saw in the final moments of its life. As the aura of life was completely severed, the last trace of light in the Titan giant ape's giant eyes also went out. It had lost. It had lost completely. Not only had it lost its own life and its big brother's life, but even Sister Xiao Wu, whom they had sworn to protect with their lives, had perished in this despicable scam. Endless regret and overwhelming resentment transformed into the world's most terrifying curse at the final moment of its soul's dissipation. Roar. A roar that shook heaven and earth suddenly exploded just as the light of the sacrifice was about to fade. The sound was no longer as deep and powerful as before, but was instead filled with a raspy shrillness as if its vocal cords were being torn. It pierced through the gravity magnetic field and the layers of trees in the Stardow Great Forest, scaring the spirit beasts within 100-mile radius into trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground. That was the Forest King's final wail before death, and an eternal curse upon the despicable human, Yu Jingcheng. Along with that venomous roar, the Titan giant ape's mountain-like body finally collapsed completely. It did not leave a corpse like ordinary spirit beasts do upon death, but instead turned into a sky full of earthy yellow light spots, which were its purest life origin and cultivation crystals. These spots of light were drawn as if by a powerful magnet, surging frantically into Yu Jingcheng's body. Buzz. The air vibrated violently. A blood-red spirit ring emitting a terrifying pressure slowly condensed and formed beneath Yu Jingcheng's feet. 100,000 years. The second 100,000-year spirit ring was in place. At the same time, under the cover of that earthy yellow light, a crystal-clear left arm spirit bone emitting a heavy aura also quietly merged into Yu Jingcheng's left arm. The Titan giant ape's sacrifice was complete. Yu Jingcheng felt the explosive growth of power within his body, and the notification in his mind that the first trial of the 9 trials of evil was complete, a satisfied curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't bother with the Titan giant ape's final curse, for to him at this moment, the mere resentment of a spirit beast was nothing more than the barking of a defeated dog. His gaze passed through the gradually dissipating earthy yellow halo and landed not far away. There, Yi Bingcheng stood quietly. At her feet was Xiao Wu's already cold corpse. As Xiao Wu's life faded away, a strange scene occurred. Specks of red light precipitated from Xiao Wu's corpse and did not dissipate like ordinary spirit beasts, but instead quickly condensed in midair. In the blink of an eye, a ring that was also as crimson as blood and emitted a heart-palpitating aura appeared out of thin air, floating quietly above Xiao Wu's corpse. This was what a 100,000-year spirit beast would inevitably precipitate upon death after cultivating into a human, a 100,000-year spirit ring. No luck was needed during the hunting process. As long as it was killed, a spirit ring and spirit bone would definitely drop. Looking at that blood-red spirit ring, which symbolized the highest honor in the spirit master's world, a flicker of heat finally flashed in Yi Bingcheng's cold eyes. She showed no affectation or hesitation, not even casting a single glance at the giant rabbit corpse on the ground. Zhang, the longsword returned to its scabbard. Yi Bingcheng sat down cross-legged directly beside Xiao Wu's corpse, her hands forming a strange seal in front of her chest. A powerful spirit power was drawn out, directly enveloping that masterless 100,000-year spirit ring. Collect. With her soft shout, that blood-red spirit ring containing Xiao Wu's lifelong cultivation was drawn and slowly drifted toward Yi Bingcheng, finally settling around her. Boom! The violent energy instantly washed through Yi Bingcheng's body, her long hair moving without wind, and her stunningly beautiful face showed a look of pain yet excitement. The 5 great 100,000-year spirit beast overlords of the Stardow Great Forest were completely wiped out on this day. Chapter 75. First trial complete. Title, Begonia. Yu Jingcheng level 80. Soft bones rabbit double leg bones. Yu Jingcheng stood at the center of the energy storm formed by the sacrifice. The 100,000-year Titan giant ape left arm bone was undergoing fusion. Previously, after the Sky Azure Bull Python sacrifice, Yu Jingcheng's spirit power had surged to rank 70. After absorbing the Sky Azure Bull Python spirit ring, Yu Jingcheng's spirit power rose again from rank 70 to rank 72. With the Titan giant ape's sacrifice, my spirit power has also increased from rank 72 to rank 76. Yu Jingcheng was currently in the state of having the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit possessed. The first ring of the dark demonic evil god tiger slowly condensed. Just then, that playful yet majestic voice boomed in his mind once more. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of evil, first trial, betrayal and eradication. Complete. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket killing with a borrowed knife, manipulating hearts, and delivering the fatal blow at the target's most desperate moment. Mortal, your despicableness far exceeds this seat's expectations. This was simply a perfect performance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket trial rewards. Evil divine force affinity increased by 5%, current total 5%. Age of all spirit rings increased by 500 years, close black lens bracket. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a beam of pure, pitch black divine light descended from the void realm, directly piercing through the crown of Yu Jingcheng's head. This power was not violent, instead, it carried a silk-smooth coldness that instantly flowed through Yu Jingcheng's entire body. Yu Jingcheng felt his senses infinitely amplified at this moment. He could feel the flow of every negative emotion in the forest. It was an ocean woven from fear, anger, and despair, and he was the future master of this ocean. Immediately after, the spirit rings beneath Yu Jingcheng's feet began to pulse frantically. The colors of those 10,000-year spirit rings became even deeper, revealing a heart-palpitating dark purple, while the 2 blood-red 100,000-year spirit rings actually showed a hint of eerie black chi within their surrounding red light. A 500-year increase in age was merely the icing on the cake for a 100,000-year spirit ring. But for low-level spirit rings, it was a qualitative leap. Yu Jingcheng clenched his fist, feeling the surging spirit power, and a cruel curve formed at the corners of his mouth. 500 years. Hey, this is just the beginning. God of evil, you truly did not disappoint me. Yu Jingcheng turned his head to look at Yi Bingcheng, who was in the critical stage of absorption. At this time, Yi Bingcheng was enveloped in a thick blood-colored light cocoon. The energy contained in Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring was extremely vast and carried strong resistance. But under the suppression of Yi Bingcheng's ice-cold state of mind, that resistance was being worn away bit by bit. The Titan giant ape's 400,000-year spirit abilities are not bad. Next, it's time to absorb the spirit rings of these 2 rabbits. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze falling on the corpses of Xiao Wu's parents, who had been dead for a while. In the distance, Du Gubo and Ji Yurong lay slumped on the ground. The two of them looked ashen-faced, their eyes filled with awe and terror. They had witnessed with their own eyes how a human, by manipulating a god's oath, had in an instant annihilated the sovereigns of the Douluo Great Forest and even gained the favor of a god. Congratulations, Sect Master, on obtaining the god position legacy. The two of them suppressed the remaining pressure of the divine might, kneeling on the ground, and congratulated him with trembling voices. Yu Jingcheng ignored them and looked back at Xiao Wu's corpse. Betrayal. Yu Jingcheng whispered these words, his eyes full of fanaticism. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only the weak will cling to that pitiful morality and oaths. And I shall step over the bones of this righteousness, to ascend the supreme throne. God Realm, Evil Temple. The god of evil looked at Yu Jingcheng's overbearing appearance in the water mirror, laughing more and more happily. He turned his head to look at the woman who had appeared beside him at some point, radiating a soft white light, and teased. Look, kindness, this is my chosen successor. He not only completed the trial but also exploited a loophole in the rules. Isn't this kind of evil, etched into the bones, more charming than those hypocritical acts of kindness? The woman in white, the goddess of kindness, frowned slightly and let out a soft sigh. He is too dangerous. If such evil loses its balance, both the god realm and the lower realm will face a catastrophe. Catastrophe. No, no, no. A frantic light flickered in the god of evil's eyes. This is called rebirth. I can't wait to see him perform the second trial. Douluo continent, Douluo Great Forest. With a crisp cracking sound, the blood-colored light cocoon enveloping Yi Bingcheng burst open. She slowly opened her eyes, and a blood-colored afterimage flashed through her pupils. Behind her, 9 spirit rings rose one after another, and the last one was a strikingly eerie red. It's done. Yi Bingcheng stood up, her originally cold temperament now tinged with a hint of bloodlust and evil charm. She walked to Yu Jingcheng's side and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help, Sect Master. Yu Jingcheng nodded with a smile. Elder Yi, have you thought of a title? Yi Bingcheng said without hesitation. I have already thought about the matter of the title. It shall be Begonia. That's not bad. After all, Elder Yi is the first titled Douluo to appear with the 9-heart Begonia martial soul. Yu Jingcheng praised with a smile. Yi Bingcheng looked at Yu Jingcheng, a trace of gratitude and admiration flashing in her eyes. An inexplicable feeling arose in her heart. With a wave of her right hand, a spirit bone emerged from Xiao Wu's corpse. Yi Bingcheng handed it directly to Yu Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng glanced at it. 100,000-year soft bones rabbit right arm bone. He had already collected both the left and right arm bones. He didn't need this. He accepted it casually, planning to decide how to allocate it later. Then, Yu Jingcheng looked at the corpses of Xiao Wu's parents. There was no pity in his eyes, only a near-obsessive craving for power. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged, the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit letting out a greedy roar behind him. The black tiger shadow seemed to turn into a bottomless black hole, generating a terrifying suction force. Buzz. 2 blood-red 100,000-year spirit rings trembled simultaneously, turning into 2 extremely vast streams of red energy that crashed brutally into Yu Jingcheng's body. The dark demonic evil god tiger was originally an extremely evil spirit that grew by devouring everything. Facing 100,000-year energy of the same level, it didn't reject it, instead, it seemed to be enjoying a gluttonous feast. Time passed minute by minute. Yu Jingcheng's spirit power fluctuations were like boiling lava, rising steadily. Rank 77. Rank 78. Rank 79. Boom. When the last trace of red energy was completely digested by the dark demonic evil god tiger, a powerful airwave erupted from around Yu Jingcheng, instantly turning the vegetation within 100 meters to dust. Rank 80. In just one day, from a rank 65 spirit emperor to a quasi-spirit Douluo. Such a speed of promotion was unheard of in the history of the Douluo continent. And above those 2 rabbit corpses, the red light faded, and 2 crystal-clear spirit bones, radiating a soft yet profound aura, quietly emerged. One was a left leg bone emitting a pink luster, the other was a right arm bone showing a lustrous white light. Chapter 76. 1,600,000-year spirit abilities. Yu Jingcheng. the next target is the 100,000-year golden turtle. No rush. Let's first see what surprises these massacres have brought me. Yu Jingcheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes to focus his mind, and began sorting through the information on spirit abilities fed back to his sea of consciousness. First were the 4 divine abilities brought by the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape. 1. Spirit Ring Ability 1, Titan Firmament Shatter. An ultimate compression of power, condensing the law of gravity to a single point for eruption. Capable of shattering space, any below the titled Douluo rank will die upon contact. 2. Spirit Ring Ability 2, Gravity Quagmire. A domain-type control ability. A 10,000-fold gravity instantly descends, not only restricting movement but also capable of crushing the internal organs and bones of enemies. 3. Left Arm Bone Ability 1, Titan Divine Fist. A pure power amplification, granting the arm a shockwave force that ignores defenses. 4. Left Arm Bone Ability 2, Earth's Power. As long as both feet are on the ground, spirit power can be continuously recovered, and he can manipulate the Earth's crust to tremble, causing small-scale earthquakes. Next were the 4 abilities bestowed upon the dark demonic evil god tiger by Xiao Wu's parents. Due to the dark demonic evil god tiger's attribute mutation, these 2 originally gentle spirit abilities became highly aggressive. 1. Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring ability 1, Void Flicker. Not a simple teleportation, but entering a void state at the moment of movement. Immune to all physical and energy attacks. It is the ultimate divine ability for assassination and survival. 2. Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring ability 2, Evil Light Invincible Body. Can be used 3 times a day, granting absolute invincibility for 3 seconds. However, under the influence of the dark demonic evil god tiger, all attacks received during the invincibility period are converted into dark energy, and are reflected back at the opponent after the effect ends. 3. Xiao Wu's father's spirit ring ability 1, Soft Bones Divine Confusion. A mandatory mental control, causing the opponent to fall into a 3-second dazed state. For a powerhouse of Yu Jingcheng's level, 3 seconds is enough to decide life and death. 4. Xiao Wu's father's spirit ring ability 2, Dark 8-Segment Slam. A combo-type attack system ability. Each slam stacks a layer of evil curse. The power of the final slam is 8 times that of the first, and it also carries a soul-tearing effect. Gravity Control, Absolute Defense, Void Flicker, Soul Tear. Yu Jingcheng slowly opened his eyes, with pitch-black flames dancing deep within his pupils. His current spirit ability configuration had reached an outrageous level. Control, attack system, defense, displacement, every area was top-tier 100,000-year grade. Yu Jingcheng didn't hesitate. He gathered the 200,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit bones before him and began absorbing them. As the 2 spirit bones, emitting a crystalline red glow, came into his hands, Yu Jingcheng didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly pressing them against his legs. In an instant, an icy cold energy, akin to polar ice, wildly drilled into the bones of his calves. These 2 spirit bones came from Xiao Wu's parents and should have carried the gentleness and agility of the soft bones rabbit lineage. But within Yu Jingcheng's body, under the forceful scouring of his overwhelmingly domineering dark demonic evil god tiger spirit, the last vestiges of lingering obsession within the spirit bones were instantly shattered, replaced by the purest, most evil origin power. The space around Yu Jingcheng's legs slightly distorted. Dark red streams of light rapidly coursed beneath his skin, transforming his meridians and bone structure. Although he was currently at the 80th rank, bottleneck, and his spirit power rank showed no superficial increase, Yu Jingcheng could feel that this enhanced spirit power was being tightly compressed within his dantian. Once he absorbed his 8th spirit ring, this accumulated spirit power would erupt in one go. Although the higher the spirit power rank, the less rank increase absorbing a spirit bone can provide. Still, it's better than nothing. Increasing spirit power by absorbing spirit bones is just a side benefit, not high to begin with. Half an hour later, Yu Jingcheng slowly exhaled a turbid breath, his eyes flashing with 2 sharp purple lights. So this is the power of 100,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit bones. Yu Jingcheng stood up, lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and his entire body seemed to transform into a faint, ghostly shadow. That sense of mastery over space and speed intoxicated him immensely. Simultaneously, 4 brand new divine abilities granted by these 2 leg bones surfaced in Yu Jingcheng's mind. Open black lens bracket 100,000 year soft bones rabbit left leg bone close black lens bracket. 1. Spirit bone ability 1. Evil shadow flicker. Compared to ordinary teleportation, this ability leaves behind a shadow clone with 30% of the user's attack power while moving. When the clone disappears or is shattered, it triggers a violent dark explosion, blinding and slowing enemies. 2. Spirit bone ability 2. Moonblade evil scythe. Using the leg as a blade, it swings out a crescent-shaped arc of pitch-black light. Possessing extremely strong cutting properties and armor-piercing effects, capable of easily slicing through the martial soul true body of defense system spirit masters of the same rank. Open black lens bracket 100,000 year soft bones rabbit right leg bone close black lens bracket. 1. Spirit bone ability 1. Void tread. Grants Yu Jingcheng the ability to walk on air as if on flat ground, instantly increasing movement speed by 300%. And places him in a semi-incorporeal state during movement, making him extremely difficult to lock onto. 2. Spirit bone ability 2. Abyss stomp. A diving strike from a high altitude or a heavy stomp on the ground unleashes a ring of destructive shockwaves. Not only does it cause physical shockwave damage, but it also carries the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil slow effect, forcibly reducing all attributes of enemies within range by 50% for 5 seconds. Teleportation, clone, extreme speed, attribute reduction. The corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth lifted in a satisfied arc. His current configuration was essentially that of an agility attack system spirit master with the destructive power of an attack system, coupled with gravity control and absolute defense. Who in this world could still stop him? Adding the 400,000 year spirit abilities provided by the Sky Azure Bull Python Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone. In just half a day, he, Yu Jingcheng, had obtained 1,600,000 year spirit abilities. He lowered his head to look at his hands, then glanced at the several desiccated corpses at his feet. What was once the royal family of the Stardow Great Forest had now all become stepping stones for his ascent to a god position. Sect Master, your aura. Ji Yu Rong, standing to the side, swallowed hard, his voice filled with deep awe. He could sense that even though Yu Jingcheng hadn't yet absorbed his 8th spirit ring, that faintly discernible pressure actually made his heart palpitate with fear. It was the suppression of divinity, and also the intimidation of ultimate evil. One must remember, he was a titled Douluo. And Yu Jingcheng, in just half a day, had surged from the strength of a spirit emperor to his current level. How terrifying! Yu Jingcheng turned his head, coldly sweeping his gaze over Du Gubo and Ji Yu Rong, and spoke indifferently. This is just the beginning. Everyone, come with me first to find a turtle. Yu Jingcheng turned around and casually stored the 300,000 year soft bones rabbit corpses, other than the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape who had performed sacrifice, into his storage spirit tool. These 3 corpses were perfect to take to the ice and fire yin-yang well for his clone to devour. Yu Jingcheng's clone, the little golden earth dragon king, due to consuming immortal herbs and the lack of high-level spirit beasts within the ice and fire yin-yang well, was living quite comfortably. Its current age had already surged from 15,000 years last time to 40,000 years now. This time, after devouring these 300,000 year soft bones rabbit corpses, it should be able to improve quite a bit more. Sect Master, which turtle are you referring to? Yi Bingcheng asked curiously. The 100,000 year golden turtle. Yu Jingcheng said calmly. Chapter 77. The 100,000 year golden turtle and the gold of living beings, Yu Jingcheng easily slaughters them. Hearing the name, 100,000 year golden turtle, Du Gubo and Ji Yu Rong looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They had traveled for many years and considered themselves well versed in high-level spirit beasts, yet they had never heard of such an exotic creature. Sect Master, this golden tortoise. I have lived for so many years, yet I have never sensed its presence in the Stardow Great Forest. Ji Yu Rong frowned. As a titled Douluo with the space attribute, his senses were extremely sharp, yet he knew nothing about this. Yu Jingcheng looked at the curious expressions of the 3, a profound smile playing on his lips as he casually fabricated an explanation. It's normal that you don't know. This golden tortoise is extremely timid by nature and excels at concealment. It lies dormant deep underground or in extremely deep waters all year round. I only saw it recorded in a fragment of an extremely ancient secret scroll. Yu Jingcheng paused, a flash of greed flickering in his eyes. That ancient text records that many years ago, a golden tortoise swallowed a piece of gold of living beings out of greed. That is the purest crystallization of life energy in the world. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could make withered wood bloom in spring and extend a mortal's life by 100 years. And the piece this tortoise swallowed is said to be the size of a fist. Gold of living beings. Douluo cried out in surprise. Does such a divine object truly exist in this world? If it's truly as the sect master says, then how terrifying must this tortoise's vitality be? That's why it was able to safely survive its 100,000-year heavenly tribulation, and perhaps even more. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward a certain direction deeper into the forest. The gold of living beings not only granted it near immortal recovery power, but also caused its tortoise shell to evolve to an extremely terrifying degree. To others, it's an unbreakable shield, but to me, Yu Jingcheng clenched his fist, feeling the swelling power brought by the 1,600,000-year spirit abilities within him. It is the best candidate for my 8th spirit ring, and the best supplement to neutralize the cold attribute of the evil divine power. The reason he was searching for the golden tortoise was not only for that powerful defensive spirit ability but also for the gold of living beings. Although the power of the god of evil was strong, it was too cold and extreme. If he could obtain the massive life force of the gold of living beings to nourish his body, his physique would reach an unprecedented level, sufficient to withstand the impact of even more divine force. Let's go. Although its location is hidden, in my current senses, that clump of life aura, so thick it won't disperse, is as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark night. Yu Jingcheng was the first to take to the air, stepping into the void realm directly using the newly acquired open black lens bracket void step close black lens bracket. His figure pulled out streaks of pitch black afterimages in the air, moving so fast that even Ji Yurong felt a surge of alarm. Yi Bingcheng followed closely behind, 9 spirit rings encircling her body, with that red 9th spirit ring being particularly eye-catching. Douluo and Ji Yurong exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness and fervor in each other's eyes. The bitterness came from the fact that they, titled Douluo who had cultivated for a lifetime, seemed more and more like followers in front of Yu Jingcheng. The fervor came from the fact that following such a prodigy master, they might truly witness the descent of a miracle. The group of 4 turned into streaks of light, piercing through the sky of the Star-Do Great Forest. About half an hour later, Yu Jingcheng stopped before a deep pool that seemed ordinary but was eerily silent. The pool water was a strange dark green. No spirit beasts dared to approach the surroundings, and even the sound of insects had vanished. It's right down there. Yu Jingcheng stood suspended in the air, looking down at the deep pool, an evil light swirling in his eyes. Elder Douluo, use your poison formation to seal off a 1,000-meter radius, don't let it escape. Elder Ji Yu, seal the space to prevent it from escaping underground. Elder Yi, you provide support for us. After Yu Jingcheng gave the orders, his right arm swung out violently, and the phantom of the dark demonic evil god tiger roared behind him. Titan firmament shatter. Boom. Extreme power was compressed onto his fist, striking the water surface directly. The originally calm pool water instantly exploded, and the splashing water was directly turned into dust by the terrifying law of gravity. At the bottom of that deep pool, a dazzling golden light finally broke through the silt, revealing its true form. It was a giant turtle over 10 meters in diameter, its carapace showing a magnificent dark gold color. Ancient patterns were inscribed on every plate of the shell, with green vitality faintly flowing between them. It was precisely the one that had swallowed the gold of living beings, the 100,000-year golden turtle. It seemed to have been startled awake, letting out a low roar. A halo of golden green light instantly spread out, forcibly neutralizing Yu Jingcheng's gravity aftershocks. What dense life force! Yi Bingcheng couldn't help but praise. Yu Jingcheng's mouth split into a cruel arc. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. This gold of living beings, I'll take it. Yu Jingcheng attacked directly. The golden tortoise let out a dull wail. On its dark gold carapace, which was originally enough to withstand a full-strength blow from a titled Douluo, dense cracks were now appearing. Just as Yu Jingcheng expected, although this golden Tortoise had 100,000-year cultivation, its current state was extremely poor. The massive, near-infinite life force of the gold of living beings was crashing wildly inside its body. It had to use 90% of its spirit power to suppress this force to prevent its body from being burst by the vitality. To outsiders, it was a hidden powerhouse of the Stardo Great Forest. But in Yu Jingcheng's eyes, it was merely a mobile treasure vault with no power to fight back. Stand back. This, long-lived, tortoise, I will take it myself. Yu Jingcheng's tone was flat, as if he were discussing a plaything that could be easily obtained. Du Gubo and the other two retreated as told, sealing off the area. Looking at Yu Jingcheng's slightly thin back, an inexplicable chill rose in their hearts. Gravity Mire. Yu Jingcheng raised his right arm slightly, and the spirit bone skill of the Titan giant ape was instantly activated. Boom. The gravity within a 100-meter radius instantly soared to 10,000 times. The golden tortoise, already exhausted from suppressing the gold of living beings, suddenly felt its limbs sink. Its massive abdomen crashed heavily into the silt at the bottom of the pool, stirring up waves of turbid water. Roar. The golden tortoise stared in horror with eyes as large as lanterns. It had lurked under this deep pool for so long, yet it had never seen such overbearing power. It tried to retract into its shell, but that gravity was like a pair of invisible giant hands, firmly pressing down on its neck. Titan Divine Fist. Yu Jingcheng's figure flashed, instantly appearing before the golden tortoise's massive head. Without any extra movement, he simply threw a punch. But at the moment this punch was thrown, the void realm seemed to be shattered. The ultimate evil power of the dark demonic evil god tiger perfectly fused with the power of the Titan giant ape. Chapter 78. 100,000-year torso bone. Rank 85 Spirit Douluo. Gu Rong. The sect master's combat power is likely comparable to a super Douluo. Crack. A tooth-aching sound of shattering echoed through the deep pool. The golden tortoise's hard skull, which was sturdy enough to withstand a falling meteorite, shattered instantly under Yu Jingcheng's punch, as fragile as porcelain. Due to the erosion of the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit power, the originally vibrant golden blood turned into an eerie dark purple the moment it sprayed out. The golden tortoise's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. It didn't understand why, despite hiding so deep and guarding this natural treasure, it would lose its life in an instant. It hadn't even had time to use a single defensive spirit ability. The weak don't even get a chance to react. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his fist, his gaze indifferent as he watched the golden tortoise's massive corpse slowly go limp. Buzz. An extremely solid, blackish-red 100,000-year spirit ring slowly rose from the golden tortoise's corpse. At the same time, a dazzling green light radiated from its shattered head. That light was so pure that the withered vegetation nearby, upon sensing this aura, miraculously regained its vitality. Yu Jingcheng reached out, and a fist-sized crystal clear as emerald yet radiating a metallic luster, fell into his palm. It was exactly the gold of living beings. As the gold of living beings was removed, the golden tortoise's corpse began to shrivel rapidly, and another spirit bone radiating dark gold light emerged. It was a heavy one, the 100,000-year golden tortoise torso bone. A torso bone. Good luck. Yu Jingcheng looked at the 100,000-year spirit ring and torso bone before him, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He sat cross-legged and directly activated the dark demonic evil god tiger's devouring domain, drawing that blood-red 8th spirit ring above his head. 3 elders. Yu Jingcheng's voice rang in the 3 men's minds. Protector me. Once I finish absorbing this 8th ring, no one on this Douluo continent will be able to block my path. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red spirit ring suddenly contracted, enveloping Yu Jingcheng entirely. As that blackish-red 100,000-year spirit ring completely contracted, a massive phantom appeared behind Yu Jingcheng. The Holy Dragon of Light. Under the neutralization of the gold of living beings' immense vitality, the originally holy and majestic Holy Dragon of Light was stained with a layer of eerie dark gold. The golden tortoise's spirit ring energy was like a great river entering the sea, frantically surging through Yu Jingcheng's meridians. If not for his astonishing physique and the gold of living beings protecting his heart's meridians, any ordinary spirit Douluo would likely have exploded and died the moment they touched this energy. Condense. Yu Jingcheng gave a cold shout in his heart. The 100,000-year spirit ring trembled violently around him. before finally settling firmly as the 8th ring of the Holy Dragon of Light Spirit. In an instant, the Holy Dragon roared, and the golden light was mixed with a rich green of life, illuminating the entire deep pool as if a miracle had descended. Following that, Yu Jingcheng did not stop for a moment. He reached into the void realm with his right hand, and that heavy 100,000-year golden tortoise torso bone turned into a stream of light, attaching itself directly to his chest. Boom! This torso bone, known as the core of a spirit master, erupted with energy even more violent than the spirit ring. Yu Jingcheng felt as if his spine and ribs were being smashed one by a heavy hammer, only to be rapidly reorganized under the repair of the gold of living beings. Each shattering and reorganization made his body several times tougher. Dark gold patterns spread from his chest to his entire body, forming a faint crystalline protective layer. The massive spirit power originally accumulated in his dantian was like a flood breaking a dam, surging wildly through his newly widened meridians. Rank 81, Rank 82, Rank 83, Rank 84. Finally, that unstoppable momentum came to a steady halt at Rank 85. After a long time, Yu Jingcheng slowly opened his eyes. Deep within the purple evil light in his eyes, a hint of holy emerald green could be seen. He stood up, and the air within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to stagnate slightly because of his movement. Rank 85 Spirit Douluo. Yu Jingcheng clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power within him, yet his brow twitched slightly. I absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year torso bone, plus the foundation accumulated from the previous sacrifice, and I only increased by 5 ranks. Yu Jingcheng talked to himself with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, but then he felt relieved. At the realm of a spirit Douluo, the spirit power required for each rank increase was an astronomical figure. Moreover, what he pursued was extreme quality. His current rank 85, in terms of the thickness and purity of his spirit power, likely already surpassed most super Douluo above rank 95. Increasing his rank by absorbing a spirit bone was just a side effect. The true gains were those 2 brand new divine skills and this powerful torso capable of bearing a god position. Sect Master, congratulations on your promotion to Spirit Douluo. Dogu Bo and the other 2 flashed to his side, congratulating him in unison. At this moment, cold sweat was faintly seeping from Ji Yurong's and Dogu Bo's foreheads. They found that as Yu Jingcheng's rank increased, the sense of pressure radiating from him had already given them an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Rank 85. Ji Yurong was inexplicably horrified. This leveling speed is simply unheard of. And his spirit ring configuration, it's all red. Yu Jingcheng nodded indifferently and casually stowed away the fist-sized gold of living beings. I have already refined a part of this gold of living beings, the rest is enough for me to temper my body to the divine rank. Yu Jingcheng turned his head, his mental force sensing the 300,000-year soft bones rabbit corpses in his storage spirit tool. Ji Yurong looked at Yu Jingcheng, took a deep breath, and shook his head with a bitter smile, sighing. Sect Master, I have lived for most of my life, but today I have truly had my eyes opened. When we first stepped into this Stardow Great Forest, you were only a spirit emperor. But in this short time, you have actually absorbed so many 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones that even titled Douluo dream of. Ji Yurong paused, his eyes flashing with fanaticism and awe. Such a feat, not to mention in today's Douluo continent. Even if one searched through the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Master's world, it would likely be unprecedented and unrepeatable. Now your spirit power has skyrocketed to rank 85. Although you haven't reached the titled level yet, with your body full of 100,000-year spirit skills and the foundation of your twin spirits, I dare to guess that your true combat power is likely already enough to rival those long-famous Super Douluo. Dogu Bo also nodded repeatedly from the side, his emerald eyes full of emotion. Old man Ji Yu is right. Although I am also a titled Douluo, in front of the sect master's current pressure, even my spirit has a feeling of trembling. A rank 85 spirit Douluo with combat power nearing a super Douluo of rank 95 or above, if this gets out, the entire continent will go crazy. Chapter 79. Yu Jingcheng. Even if Gold Crocodile comes, I can defeat him. The sect masters of Elephant Armored, Fire Leopard, and Wind Sword sects attack. Yi Bingcheng stood quietly behind Yu Jingcheng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with extraordinary light. Listening to the praise from the two, Yu Jingcheng merely offered a faint smile and did not speak. He felt the surging power within his body that seemed capable of tearing through the firmament, but in his heart, he had a clearer judgment. Comparable to a super Douluo. Ji Yu Rong and the others were still being too conservative. After the golden tortoise's spirit ring and torso bone entered his body, his physical constitution had already reached an inhuman realm. The ultimate holiness of the holy dragon of light and the ultimate evil of the dark demonic evil god tiger coexisted perfectly within him. Coupled with the continuous restorative power of the gold of living beings, he was like an unstoppable war machine. Super Douluo, huh? Yu Jingcheng snorted coldly to himself. By conservative estimates, his current comprehensive combat strength was no longer inferior to any peak expert at rank 97. Even if the second priest of Spirit Hall, the rank 98 gold crocodile Douluo, were to arrive in person. Faced with the relentless bombardment of his 1600,000-year spirit abilities and the bizarre control skills of the dark demonic evil god tiger, he had absolute confidence in cutting him down. What he lacked now was merely a title. Let's go, the matters in the Stardow Great Forest aren't over yet. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his smile. Before Yu Jingcheng's voice could fade, his expression froze slightly. He slowly turned his head, gazing toward the southeast. Interesting. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled into a playful arc. It seems the commotion we just made has attracted some overconfident guests. Ji Yu Rong and the other two were stunned upon hearing this, subconsciously following Yu Jingcheng's gaze to investigate. But their mental force had barely extended 1,000 meters before it felt like a stone dropping into the ocean, capturing nothing at all. Sect Master, are you saying someone is coming? Dugu Bo's brow furrowed tightly. Although his mental force wasn't the top among titled Douluos, it was definitely not weak. Detecting nothing at this moment gave him an absurd feeling. Could it be that the sect master's mental force had already surpassed his own? 4 auras. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his tone as flat as if he were discussing today's weather. 3 of them are spirit Douluos, all at rank 89. The other is slightly weaker, around rank 86. They are heading in our direction, and they are very fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu Rong's expression changed. Not because people were coming, but because, as a dignified rank 93 titled Douluo, he had actually discovered the enemy later than a rank 85 spirit Douluo. This gap was simply too vast. Ji Yu Rong took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and asked tentatively. Sect Master, your mental force. After absorbing the gold of living beings, it has improved slightly. Yu Jingcheng replied nonchalantly, as if he were speaking of a trivial matter. But these words fell upon the ears of the 3 like a sudden clap of thunder. Improved slightly, allowing a rank 85 spirit Douluo's mental force to surpass a rank 93 titled Douluo's, you call that, improved slightly? Ji Yu Rong and Dugu Bo exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Following such a prodigy, they, as titled Douluos, would probably only be able to be followers for the rest of their lives. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered, and the extraordinary light in her gaze toward Yu Jingcheng grew even more intense. This was the man she had chosen to follow. Not only was his combat strength heaven-shaking, but even his mental force was so terrifying. While several people were lost in their own thoughts, 4 figures quickly arrived. Boom! Dust flew and rubble scattered. As the dust cleared, 4 burly figures of varying heights and builds revealed their true forms. The leader was as sturdy as a mountain, bare-chested, revealing muscles like granite. He was indeed the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, Huyan Zhen. To his left stood a middle-aged man surrounded by crimson flames, his hair and beard looking as if they had been scorched by fire. The sect master of the Fire Leopard sect, Huo Wang. To the right was a thin old man carrying a heavy sword on his back, his hawk-like eyes piercing with a sharp, cold light. The sect master of the Wind Sword sect, Feng Bupo. Behind the 3 stood a young man who shared 70% of his appearance with Feng Bupo. The aura of a rank 86 spirit Douluo was released without any concealment. The younger brother of the Wind Sword sect master, Feng Buyi. After the 4 landed, their attention was immediately drawn to the scene in the deep pool. That shriveled corpse of the golden tortoise, though devoid of life, still emitted a lingering aura that made one's heart skip a beat. 100,000-year spirit beast. And when their gaze turned toward the several figures by the pool, their pupils contracted in unison. The young man in the lead stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Behind him stood two men and a woman. That green-haired old man's body faintly emitted a nauseatingly sweet, fishy scent. The poison Douluo, Douluo. That middle-aged man with a withered face and sunken eyes, the space around him was slightly distorted. The bone Douluo, Gu Rong. And that woman with silver hair like a waterfall and an exquisitely beautiful, cold face. Though they didn't recognize her, that piercing streak of crimson among the 9 spirit rings surrounding her made the hearts of the 4 throb violently. 100,000-year spirit ring. Another titled, Douluo. Gulp. Feng Bui's Adam's apple bobbed as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The 4 of them had come together because they sensed a world-shaking energy fluctuation in this direction. Thinking some heaven and earth treasure had appeared and hoping to get a share. They never expected to stumble upon 3 titled Douluos. And these 3 titled Douluos were standing behind a young man like bodyguards. Then what kind of background must this young man have? Huyan Zhen and the other 2 exchanged glances, the greed on their faces instantly vanishing, replaced by extreme solemnity. Although the 3 of them were all rank 89 spirit Douluos and could even contend with an ordinary titled Douluo if they joined forces, there were 3 titled Douluos opposite them. Moreover, those 2 long-famed old freaks, one poison and one bone, were both extremely difficult characters to deal with. As for that silver-haired woman, although her aura was still somewhat unstable, clearly having just made a breakthrough, that single crimson 100,000-year spirit ring was enough to prove her terror. If a fight broke out, they would be lucky if even one of the 4 could escape alive. For a moment, the scene fell into a bizarre silence. Only the rustling of the wind through the leaves echoed in the dead stillness. After a long while, Huyan Zhen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying as he cupped his hands. Junior Huyan Zhen of the Elephant Armored Academy greets the 3 excellencies. We didn't know the 3 excellencies were here. Hunting. Our intrusion is truly a transgression. We shall leave immediately, leave immediately. With that, Huyan Zhen prepared to pull the other 3 away to escape. However, at the very moment they turned around. Stop. A cold, indifferent voice sounded from behind them. The voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water, chilling the 4 of them from head to toe. Chapter 80. 3 sects submit. Yu Jingcheng distributes spirit bones. Ji Rong and Du Gubo, 2 10,000-year spirit bones each. Huyan Zhen stiffly turned around, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and forced out a smile uglier than crying. This, young master, may I ask what advice you have? Yu Jingcheng did not answer. He simply slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the desiccated corpse of the golden tortoise not far away. Do you recognize this thing? Following his finger, the 4 of them, Huyan Zhen and the others, looked and saw the remains. Their hearts gave a violent jolt. The corpse of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Though it had been completely drained, the residual aura still made their spirits tremble uncontrollably. What is this? Feng Bupo's voice trembled. 100,000-year golden turtle. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his hand, his gaze finally settling on the 4 men. Those eyes were calm as water, yet profound as an abyss. Merely being swept by that gaze made the 4 feel as if they had been targeted by a primeval vicious beast, their hairs standing on end. I just killed it and took its spirit ring and spirit bone. Yu Jingcheng's tone was flat, as if speaking of a trivial matter. You've come at this time, hoping to get a share. As these words fell, the faces of Huyan Zhen and the other 3 turned deathly pale. Get a share of a 100,000-year spirit beast. They wouldn't dare even with 10,000 times the courage. No. Young master, you misunderstand. Huo Wuwang waved his hands repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. We were just passing by, merely passing by. We harbor absolutely no covetous thoughts. That's right. Feng Bui also hurriedly chimed in. We'll leave right now, leave immediately. However, Yu Jingcheng acted as if he hadn't heard their words, speaking to himself. The lower 4 sects. Elephant Armored Academy, Fire Leopard Sect, Wind Sword Sect. I've heard of you. He paused, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Coincidentally, my Yin Yang sect is currently short on manpower. Would the few of you be willing to join? As his voice fell, the scene once again plunged into deathly silence. Huyan Zhen and the other three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They never imagined that this young man actually wanted them, the esteemed sect masters of the lower four sects, to become his subordinates. Although there were three titled Douluo opposite them, they were, after all, sect masters. How could they? The sect master asked you a question. Are you deaf? A sinister voice rang out. Ji Yurong took a step forward. The space around him distorted, and the phantom of a bone dragon flickered faintly. That terrifying pressure instantly made it hard for the four to breathe. At the same time, Douluo also moved. Green mist surged around him, a nauseatingly sweet, fishy scent spreading through the air, making the four feel their internal spirit power beginning to stagnate. Yi Bingcheng did not speak, merely standing quietly behind Yu Jingcheng. But in her pale palm, a cluster of emerald green light was gathering. That was the healing light of the nine-heart begonia. Yet now, in the eyes of the four, this light was more terrifying than any threat. Because it meant the other side could act without any reservations. Veins bulged on Huyan Zhen's forehead as an internal war raged in his heart. As the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But, feeling the three tangible killing intense, he ultimately lowered his head in dejection. This junior is willing. With him taking the lead, Huo Wang and Feng Bupo exchanged a glance and also helplessly lowered their heads. This junior is also willing. As for Feng Bui, he didn't even have the right to hesitate. If his elder brother had already bowed his head, what else could he do? Watching the four lowered heads, the smile on Yu Jingcheng's lips deepened. Very good. He turned around, his back to the four, and gave a bland order. From today onward, you are the outer sect elders of the Yin-Yang sect. Return and reorganize your sects. Await further instructions. If you dare harbor disloyalty. He didn't finish, but the icy, bone-piercing killing intent said it all. Huyan Zhen and the other three trembled all over, nodding repeatedly. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We will definitely pledge loyalty to the Yin-Yang sect and to the sect master. Yu Jingcheng paid them no further mind. In a flash, he stepped into the air and soared upwards. Ji Yurong and the other two followed closely behind, leaving only four figures, disheveled in the wind. A long time passed. Feng Bui raised his head, looking at the distant streams of light disappearing into the distance, and swallowed hard. Elder brother, have we just become members of the Yin-Yang sect like this? Feng Bupo gave a bitter laugh and patted his shoulder. What else? Didn't you see how respectful those three titled Douluo were towards that young man? To have titled Douluo as bodyguards, that young man's background must be terrifyingly immense. Joining him might not be a bad thing. Huyan Zhen sighed, his gaze complex. He vaguely had a premonition. After today, the landscape of the Douluo continent was likely to change completely. At the edge of the Stardo Great Forest, the dense sea of trees finally thinned out. In the distance, the outline of Heaven Do City was faintly visible. Yu Jingcheng stopped, turned around, and looked at the three people behind him. You may escort me this far. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Hearing this, Douluo, Ji Yurong, and Yi Bingcheng were taken aback, exchanging glances. Sect master, you're not returning to the sect with us. Douluo frowned slightly, probing with his question. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. His gaze turned towards the northwest direction, where the sunset forest lay. I need to make a trip to the sunset forest to attend to some personal matters. You return to the Yin-Yang sect first and begin preparations for its expansion. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three, his tone carrying a sense of instruction. Now that we have subjugated three of the lower four sects, although they have temporarily submitted, people's hearts are hidden behind their bellies. After returning, Elder Douluo will be responsible for taking over the Fire Leopard sect. Elder Ji Yu will handle the Elephant Armored Academy. Elder Yi will oversee the Wind Sword sect. Combine kindness and authority. Completely dismantle their original structures. Integrate the core disciples into the inner sect, and assign the ordinary disciples to the outer sect. If there are any who refuse to submit. A cold glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Show no mercy. The three of them tensed, cupping their fists in unison. We obey the sect master's command. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod and continued. If the sect's current territory is insufficient, go find Shui Yi. Since he has already given us approval to establish an academy, he won't mind approving one more piece of land. Tell him that the Yin-Yang sect's expansion is to better cultivate talent for the empire. Not only will he not refuse, he will actively help. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong chuckled. The sect master is wise. That old fellow Shui Yi is eager for our Yin-Yang sect to grow strong and powerful, to counterbalance the upper three sects in the spirit hall. Yu Jingcheng did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Yi Bingcheng. This newly advanced nine-heart begonia Douluo, with her waterfall of silver hair and cool, detached features, was quietly watching him at this moment. Elder Yi, Yu Jingcheng said calmly, you have just had a breakthrough. Your foundation is not yet stable. After returning to the sect, go into seclusion for a period to consolidate your realm. Additionally, Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist. 4 10,000-year spirit bones appeared in his hand. These were all obtained by Yu Jingcheng from hunting spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest before his possession of Yu Shaogang. He had been holding onto them all along. This time, Ji Yu Rong and Du Gubo had contributed greatly. They could not go unrewarded. Chapter 81. Du Gubo, one torso bone away from a full set. Yi Bingcheng, I have 100,000-year spirit ring, I don't need spirit bones. Elder Ji Yu and Elder Dugu contributed greatly to this expedition to the Stardo Great Forest. These two 10,000-year spirit bones are what you rightfully deserve. With a flick of his wrist, 4 spirit bones transformed into 4 streaks of light, accurately landing in the hands of Dugu Bo and Ji Yu Rong. They instinctively reached out to catch them. Looking down, they were immediately stunned. In Dugu Bo's hands were 2 spirit bones shimmering with a faint, dark light. One was a crimson spirit bone throughout, a 50,000-year fire attribute left leg bone. The other presented a deep, ink green color, wreathed in faint wisps of poisonous mist. Extremely compatible with the attributes of his jade phosphor serpent, a left arm bone with a cultivation age of over 30,000 years. The 2 in Ji Yu Rong's hands were equally extraordinary. One was gray-white throughout, with fine, dense bone texture, emitting a cold aura of death. It came from a 40,000-year undead-type spirit beast. The other presented a dark golden hue, densely covered with profound patterns, heavy as a mountain, with an age also around 30,000 years. Sect Master, this, holding the 2 spirit bones, Dugu Bo's eyes, usually sinister and brooding, were now filled with disbelief. Although he knew Yu Jingcheng was always generous, he never imagined it would be to this extent. 2 10,000-year spirit bones. Moreover, that ink green one was practically tailor-made for him. It must be known that before this, he had already received a bloodthirsty demon spider king right leg bone and a 10,000-year ironclad demon bear right arm bone from Yu Jingcheng, adding to the Medusa head spirit bone he originally possessed. With these 2 additions, Dugu Bo alone now possessed 5 10,000-year spirit bones. What kind of concept was this? Looking across the entire Douluo continent, even the sect masters of the upper 3 sects might not be able to gather 5 10,000-year spirit bones. Furthermore, none of these spirit bones had an age below 20,000 years. He, Dugu Bo, was only missing the final torso bone. Then he would have a full set. Ji Yu Rong's shock was no less than Dugu Bo's. The ghostly green flames within his deeply sunken eye sockets flickered violently, his voice trembling slightly. Sect Master, this is too precious. This old man has already received your gift of the Black Jade Divine Bamboo for a titled breakthrough, and also obtained a ghost tiger right leg bone. Now you bestow 2 more, this old man truly feels unworthy of such favor. Although his words said, unworthy, his hands gripping the spirit bones tightly betrayed his true inner thoughts. These were 10,000-year spirit bones. 2 of them. Even with Ji Yu Rong's level of composure, he couldn't remain unmoved. Yi Bingcheng watched this scene quietly from the side, her stunningly beautiful face showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. The cluster of emerald green light in her hand had already dissipated. She simply stood quietly behind Yu Jingcheng, as if all this had nothing to do with her. In fact, it truly had nothing to do with her. The benefits she gained from this trip far surpassed a few 10,000-year spirit bones. 100,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit ring. That single 100,000-year spirit ring alone was enough to elevate her future potential to a terrifying height. Throughout history, no one with the 9-heart begonia martial soul had ever broken through to become a titled Douluo. Yet she not only broke through, but also absorbed 100,000-year spirit ring. What did this signify? It signified that her foundation, from the very beginning, surpassed all her clansmen. Given time, level 95, level 96, even higher, were not impossible. Therefore, regarding Yu Jingcheng distributing spirit bones to Douluo and Ji Yurong, she not only felt no dissatisfaction in her heart, but rather considered it perfectly reasonable. These two indeed contributed greatly. Especially Ji Yurong. His bizarre spatial abilities played a crucial role in encircling and killing the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Although Douluo's combat strength was inferior to Ji Yurong's, his poisonous array blockade also created an excellent opportunity for Yu Jingcheng. In comparison, she merely delivered the final blow, killing the soft bones rabbit that had already lost the ability to resist. Although that strike earned her the 100,000-year spirit ring, she understood clearly in her heart that this was merely Yu Jingcheng's favor. Accept them. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand, his tone brooking no argument. Since you have entered my yin-yang sect, you are my people. As long as you serve loyally, mere 10,000-year spirit bones will be plentiful in the future. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the stronger your strength is now, the greater your help to me. After returning, refine these spirit bones as quickly as possible. Especially you, Elder Douluo. That ink green poison attribute spirit bone is a perfect match for your jade phosphor serpent. After refining it, your poison skills should advance at least another level. Hearing this, Douluo trembled all over. He looked down at the ink green spirit bone in his hand, sensing the rich poison attribute aura it contained. His eye sockets actually grew slightly red. The sect master's great kindness. Douluo will remember it in my heart. He suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, his voice choked yet firm. From this day forward, no matter the mountain of blades or sea of fire, if the sect master commands it, this old life of Douluo's is yours to take at any time. Seeing this, Ji Yurong hastily knelt as well, similarly pledging with utmost seriousness. This old man is the same. Whatever orders the sect master has, I would dare 10,000 deaths without refusal. Looking at the two kneeling before him, Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod, reaching out a hand in a gesture to help them up. Rise. I don't need you to die. I only need you to live well and serve me. Only then did the two stand up, carefully storing the spirit bones in their bosoms, looking for all the world like they had obtained some peerless treasure. Watching this scene, the corner of Yi Bingcheng's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. These two long-renowned titled Douluo, one of poison and one of bone, were usually arrogant and unruly characters. Yet now, with a few spirit bones from Yu Jingcheng, they were subdued so thoroughly, willingly bowing their heads in submission. These methods of managing subordinates were truly remarkable. Yu Jingcheng seemed to sense her gaze, turning to look at her. Elder Yi, do you have anything to say? Yi Bingcheng was slightly taken aback, then shook her head, her tone cool and detached. This subordinate has nothing to say. The sect master rewards and punishes clearly, embodying the style of a wise ruler. As for spirit bones, she paused, a trace of imperceptible amusement flashing in her eyes. This subordinate already possesses 100,000-year spirit ring. How could I possibly covet those few 10,000-year spirit bones? Moreover, she raised her head, looking directly into Yu Jingcheng's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. This subordinate believes that as long as I serve loyally, the sect master will certainly not treat me poorly in the future. These words were spoken with neither humility nor arrogance, yet carried a hidden meaning. Hearing this, a flicker of appreciation passed through Yu Jingcheng's eyes. This Yi Bingcheng was indeed an intelligent person. She knew when to strive and when to yield. Good. Yu Jingcheng nodded, his tone carrying a bit more approval. It heartens me that Elder Yi has such understanding. Rest assured, in the future, if there are spirit bones suitable for you, I will naturally keep them for you. Chapter 82. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Flexible in form, human or beast. Have the Star-Do vicious beasts awakened? Yi Bingcheng gave a slight bow. Thank you, sect master. With his instructions given, Yu Jingcheng delayed no longer. He turned, his gaze shifting to the northwest, the direction of the sunset forest. His clone, the little golden earth dragon king, was still at the ice and fire yin-yang well, waiting for him to deliver the 3 corpses of the 100,000-year soft bones rabbits. As long as it devoured these 3 corpses, the clone's age was certain to advance another level. By then, he would have yet another trump card in his hand. Go, Yu Jingcheng, with his back to the 3, waved his hand. Remember my words. Integrate the lower 4 sects as quickly as possible. When I return from the Sunset Forest, I hope to see a completely renewed yin-yang sect. The 3 exchanged glances, then simultaneously cupped their fists. We respectfully send off the sect master. Before their words had fully faded, Yu Jingcheng took a step upon the void realm. His entire person instantly transformed into a stream of pitch-black light, vanishing into the sky. His speed was astonishingly fast. Even Ji Yu Rong, a titled Douluo with spatial attributes, could only catch a fleeting afterimage. The sect master's speed. Ji Yu Rong swallowed hard, muttering, I'm afraid even an ordinary super Douluo couldn't catch up to him, could they? Du Gubo nodded deeply in agreement, smiling wryly. Don't even think about it, old bones. Our sect master here is a prodigy. Rather than comparing ourselves to him, we should think about how to refine these spirit bones, lest we fall too far behind in the future. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong chuckled. That's true. He patted the spirit bones in his embrace, his eyes filled with anticipation. Let's go, back to the sect. Refine the spirit bones, reorganize the sect. When the sect master returns, our yin-yang sect should let the world get a good look. 3 figures soared into the air, streaking towards the direction of Heaven Do City. Sunset Forest. The familiar scenery entered his view, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through Yu Jingcheng's eyes. It was here that he had possessed Yu Shaogang, embarking on this path to godhood. And it was here that he had laid his groundwork at the ice and fire yin-yang well, leaving the clone as a hidden move for himself. Now, after just a few short months, he was already an 85th level spirit Douluo. He commanded the yin-yang sect, with 3 titled Douluo and several spirit Douluo under him. His power was approaching, even surpassing, that of the upper 3 sects. And all of this, he had to thank the gifts of this sunset forest. Roar! A low dragon's roar came from deep within the forest, interrupting Yu Jingcheng's train of thought. Immediately after, a stream of golden light shot out from the dense woods, pouncing towards Yu Jingcheng like a large dog. It was precisely the clone, the little golden earth dragon king. It could freely change its body size. Yu Jingcheng reached out and pressed down on the massive dragon head, his mental force probing into the clone's body. A flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. 43,000 years. How long had it been? The clone's cultivation had actually increased by over 3,000 years again. He carefully sensed and discovered within the clone's body residual, rich medicinal potency from immortal herbs, and the auras of several unfamiliar spirit beasts. Eaten quite a few good things. The corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth lifted into a slight smile. Although the clone couldn't cultivate spirit power like him, its instinct for devouring was stronger than his. Although the high-level spirit beasts around the ice and fire yin-yang well had been slaughtered by him, there were still quite a few low-level 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts remaining. During the time the clone had stayed here, it had clearly swept through all these snacks. Come, take me to see. Yu Jingcheng flipped onto the clone's back. Man and dragon transformed into a stream of light, racing towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang well. A moment later, the familiar scenery entered his view. The ice and fire yin-yang well remained as before. The red and white springs were clearly demarcated, surrounded by lush, verdant spiritual plants. Although the top-tier immortal herbs had already been plundered clean by Yu Jingcheng, the seeds he had personally planted had now grown into fields of medicinal plants, emitting a rich, medicinal fragrance. Not bad. Yu Jingcheng nodded in satisfaction. Although these spiritual plants couldn't compare to immortal herbs, in the outside world, they were enough to be called heaven and earth treasures. Once the yin-yang sect was firmly established, these spiritual plants would become the sect's most stable source of wealth. He jumped off the dragon's back, walked to the edge of the spring, crouched down, and reached his hand into the water. The sensation of ice and fire extremes assaulted him once more, but with his current physical body, this level of temperature could no longer cause him any harm. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the depths of the spring's eye. There remained the thing he valued most. The origin of the ice and fire yin-yang well's spring eye. If he could refine it, his ice-fire golden body would reach major achievement, impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and his physical body strength would advance another level. It was just a pity that with his current strength, he still couldn't accomplish this. More importantly, within it, the remnant souls of the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King still lurked. For the current Yu Jingcheng, there was still some risk. However, Yu Jingcheng could try to establish a connection with the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. After all, before he had possessed Yu Shaogang, hadn't he also been a Golden Earth Dragon King? Although his bloodline wasn't pure, he could still be considered a descendant of the Dragon clan. This was the benefit of having transmigrated into the Golden Earth Dragon King right after arriving in the Douluo world. He had possessed Yu Shaogang. One could say his soul was human, and his body was also human. Therefore, he was of the pure human race. Facing spirit beasts, he could also say that before possessing Yu Shaogang, he was a 100,000-year Golden Earth Dragon King. And he also had a younger brother, Little Gold, who was also a 100,000-year Golden Earth Dragon King. He also had a clone with immense growth potential. Flexible in form, human or beast. His stance was very adaptable. No rush. Yu Jingcheng opened his eyes and stood up. I'll come for your origin after I break through to title. He turned and looked at his clone, which was currently basking in the sun not far away. A flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes. Although the clone's growth speed was astonishing, if it wanted to reach the 100,000-year level within 30 years, relying solely on devouring ordinary spirit beasts wouldn't be enough. He needed to find its some great tonic items. Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist, retrieving the 3 corpses of the 100,000-year soft bones rabbits from his storage spirit tool. Although their spirit rings and spirit bones had already been absorbed, the corpses of 100,000-year spirit beasts themselves were priceless treasures. The vast, surging life force contained within their flesh and blood was enough to drive any spirit beast wild. Eat. Yu Jingcheng tossed the 3 corpses towards the clone. This is your reward. The clone let out an excited roar, opened its massive maw, clamped down on the largest soft bones rabbit corpse, and began devouring it voraciously. As the flesh and blood entered its stomach, the golden light on the clone's body grew increasingly brilliant, and its aura began to climb steadily. 44,000 years, 45,000 years, 46,000 years. Watching this scene, the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curved into a satisfied arc. At this rate, it wouldn't take a year for the clone to break through 50,000 years. Within 10 years, it would definitely become a 100,000-year beast. By then, he would have 200,000-year combatants under his command. Combined with the power of the Yin-Yang sect, who in this world could still stand in his way. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his gaze, sat cross-legged beside the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, closed his eyes, and began consolidating his recently skyrocketed cultivation. Although he had already refined the gold of living beings, and his foundation was stable, absorbing too many spirit rings and spirit bones in one go still required time to digest. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. Beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, man and dragon sat facing each other, each cultivating. And deep within the Stardow Great Forest, beside the Lake of Life, several terrifying auras were quietly awakening. Chapter 83. The Vicious Beasts Emerge. DTN, could that person have started a god's trial? Boom. A giant bear paw suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. It slammed heavily onto the rocks by the shore. The massive rocks instantly shattered, turning into a sky full of dust. Immediately after, a huge bear head emerged from the lake water, its crimson eyes filled with impatience and irritation. Roar. An earth-shattering roar echoed through the sky, causing spirit beasts within a 100-mile radius to tremble in fear. Shang Jun grumbled as he crawled out of the lake. Following closely behind, an elegant figure stepped out of the water. Baiji's emerald eyes held a hint of helplessness as she looked at the moving, irritable mountain in front of her, sighing softly. Shang Jun, calm down a bit. Calm down. Shang Jun suddenly turned his head, his crimson eyes fixed on Baiji, and he said gruffly. I was sleeping soundly at the bottom of this lake, but then the master said a word, and we all had to come out to guard those few useless fellows. Guard. It raised its massive bear paw and slammed it heavily against its chest, emitting a dull thud. I, the dignified dark gold dreadclaw bear, with 300,000 years of cultivation, have to guard a bunch of ants. If I had known earlier that those humans, by killing those guards, would make the master drive us out. Shang Jun's eyes blazed with ferocity, his tone filled with regret and killing intent. I would have rushed out of the lake bottom long ago and flattened those humans into a meat paste with one slap. Why would I need to come out now and suffer this humiliation? As soon as his voice fell, a charming laugh came from the lake. ZG gracefully walked out of the water, a playful smile on her lips. Shang Jun, you say that so easily. When those humans killed those useless fellows, you were still snoring at the bottom of the lake. By the time you woke up, they would have long since vanished. You. Shang Jun's eyes widened in anger, just about to erupt, when another figure broke out of the water. Kai Wang shook off the water droplets, his three heads all looking at Shang Jun, the middle head grinning. Shang Jun, don't be angry. It's just guarding, consider it coming out for some fresh air. Besides, the master calling us all out might not just be for guarding. Perhaps, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. He wants us to properly clean up this Douluo great forest. After all, with those useless fellows dead, this forest needs someone to manage it. Another gloomy voice sounded. Wan Yao Wang slowly walked out. Kai Wang is right. Since the master has let us out, he naturally has his considerations. Although those useless fellows were incompetent, they were nominally the overlords of the Douluo Great Forest. Now that they are dead, if we don't do something, other spirit beasts will think we are easy to bully. As soon as his voice fell, the lake's surface suddenly exploded. A figure as dark as ink slowly rose from the bottom of the lake. A man dressed in a black robe. He floated in midair, surrounded by a faint black mist. As soon as he appeared, Shang Jun immediately shut his mouth, the irritation in his eyes instantly receding. Bai Ji, ZG, Kai Wang, and Wan Yao Wang all bowed together. Shang Jun, however, scoffed disdainfully. DTN ignored them, his gaze fixed on the distance. After a long while, DTN slowly spoke, his voice deep like thunder. Those humans are not simple. Upon hearing this, Shang Jun couldn't help but raise his head and say in a muffled voice. Master, what's not simple about them? Aren't they just a few titled Douluo? If I were to act, I could swat 3 of them to death with one slap. DTN retracted his gaze and coldly swept it over him. With just one glance, Shang Jun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his hair standing on end, and he quickly lowered his head. Idiot, DTN said faintly. Among those humans, there is a special existence. His aura is strange. Bai Ji frowned slightly, tentatively asking, Master, are you saying that human strength far exceeds what appears on the surface? DTN shook his head slightly. More than that, in his soul, there is an aura I am familiar with. That is, the aura of the Dragon Clan. At these words, all the vicious beast's expressions changed. Dragon Clan. That human is actually related to the Dragon Clan. ZG's beautiful eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but ask. Master, do you mean that human has the Dragon Clan bloodline? DTN was silent for a moment, then slowly said. Yes, but not entirely. His aura is very mixed, possessing both the sacred light of the Dragon Clan and some extremely evil power. Moreover, he paused, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. On him, there are traces of our Dragon Clan spirit beast's sacrifice. More than one. At these words, the vicious beasts completely erupted. What? Shang Jun's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. That human killed our clansmen. And killed more than one. Roar. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its killing intent surging around it. Master, let me go. I'll tear that human to shreds and avenge our clansmen. Shut up. DTN coldly shouted, and an invisible pressure instantly forced Shang Jun to kneel on the ground. Use your brain. DTN said coldly. Since that human could kill those useless fellows and make Dragon Clan members sacrifice themselves, do you think he's an ordinary titled Douluo? What's more, his gaze was profound as he looked into the distance. On him, there is an aura that even I feel apprehensive about. That is, the aura of a god. The aura of a god. These 4 words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of the vicious beasts. Bai Ji's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but say. Master, are you saying that human is a divinity's inheritor? DTN did not answer, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. A moment later, he slowly spoke. For now, do not act rashly. Observe for a period of time first. If he truly inherits a god position, then he is a future divinity, and we cannot afford to offend him. If not, a killing intent flashed in DTN's eyes. Then, this venerable one will personally act and let him know the consequences of harming my clansmen. This is also the master's intention. The vicious beasts exchanged glances and bowed in unison. We obey the master's command. DTN said nothing more, merely standing with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. That human, who exactly are you? As ZG's voice fell, her narrow purple eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. She turned her head, her gaze piercing through layers of dense forest, looking towards the southwest. What's wrong? Kai Wang's 3 heads all turned, his 6 eyes following ZG's gaze. There's movement. ZG's lips curled into a playful smile, her figure flashed, and she instantly vanished from her spot. Roar. A dragon's roar, filled with shock and anger, suddenly erupted from afar. Immediately after, the earth trembled violently, and trees fell in swaths. The vicious beasts looked up, only to see a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminating the distant sky. That light was sacred and majestic, the ultimate manifestation of the light attribute. Chapter 84. Little Gold Captured, Gu Yuina Searching Memories. ZG. If your brother doesn't come back, you'll have to give birth to dragon cubs for me. Is that, a dragon clan member? Shang Jun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than a huge golden figure shot up from the forest, attempting to escape. But before it could fly far, a purple streak of light arrived first, instantly catching up. My little darling, why are you running? ZG's enchanting voice rang out, tinged with a hint of playfulness. ZG revealed her true form, the Hell Demon Dragon King. The golden figure before her was like a small snake encountering a giant python, utterly powerless to resist. Roar. The golden dragon struggled desperately, a brilliant golden domain erupting from its body. It was the light domain. But under ZG's terrifying pressure, the domain lasted only an instant before being forcibly crushed. Light domain. How interesting. ZG chuckled lightly, and with a gentle clench of her massive dragon claw, she firmly grasped the golden dragon. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free in the slightest. A moment later, ZG, carrying the golden dragon, leisurely flew back to the lake of life. Bang! A dull thud. Little Gold was slammed heavily onto the ground in front of DTN, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lord, I caught a little fellow outside. ZG transformed back into human form, clapped her hands, a smug smile playing on her lips. 100,000-year golden earth dragon king, with a strong holy dragon of light bloodline within it. We just happen to be short a few gatekeepers, and this little fellow looks rather pleasing to the eye, so I brought it back. The vicious beasts looked down to see a golden earth dragon king, over 50 meters long, lying on the ground. Its once brilliant golden scales were covered in mud, making it look disheveled. But in its golden dragon eyes, an unyielding rage burned, staring fixedly at the colossal beings before it. Roar. Little Gold let out an angry roar, struggling to stand up. However, ZG's seemingly casual claw strike had left a destructive aura within its body, rendering it unable to even stand. Oh, quite stubborn. Kai Wang's 3 heads all leaned in, 6 eyes scrutinizing Little Gold up and down, and the middle head grinned. Little fellow, stop struggling. It's your good fortune to fall into our hands. At least it's better than being killed by those who murdered your family. Upon hearing this, Little Gold's body trembled. In its golden eyes, rage instantly ignited, yet it was mixed with a hint of unconcealable sorrow. Family. Brother is gone. Now, it was captured by this group of terrifying vicious beasts. Was today truly its doomsday? Shut up. A low voice sounded. DTN slowly stepped forward, looking down at Little Gold lying on the ground. In his golden eyes, complex light flickered. A moment later, he slowly spoke. You carry that person's aura. Little Gold's pupils sharply contracted, but it gritted its teeth, remaining silent. Won't speak. A faint smile played on DTN's lips, not showing any anger. He squatted down, extended a slender finger, and gently touched Little Gold's glabella. A wisp of Gu Yuina's divine sense was attached to DTN's hand. Buzz. It instantly entered Little Gold's sea of consciousness. Little Gold wanted to resist, but in front of DTN, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A moment later, DTN withdrew his finger, the light in his eyes growing deeper. So that's how it is. DTN stood up, hands behind his back, remaining silent for a long time. The vicious beasts exchanged glances, unsure what their lord had seen. Baiji couldn't help but ask, DTN, what did you see? DTN did not answer, merely gazing deeply into the distance, in the direction Yu Jingcheng had departed. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a complex sense of emotion. That human is not simple. He not only killed those useless fellows, but also forced the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape to sacrifice, and even personally killed 100,000-year Soft Bones Rabbit. And this little dragon, DTN looked down at Little Gold on the ground, is his younger brother. Upon hearing this, all the vicious beasts' expressions changed. Younger brother, doesn't that mean this Golden Earth Dragon King and that human are brothers? Shang Jun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Lord, are you saying that human calls a spirit beast his brother? How is that possible? Humans and spirit beasts, how could they? Nothing is impossible. DTN interrupted him, his gaze falling on Little Gold, and he said indifferently, this little dragon has that human soul imprint within its body. Their relationship is even closer than blood brothers. Moreover, DTN paused, a glint flashing in his eyes. That human is currently receiving a divinity's legacy. Divinity. The vicious beasts were utterly stunned. Divinity legacy. That was an opportunity to become a god. No wonder their lord said that human was not simple. Ziji's beautiful eyes flickered, and her gaze towards Little Gold held a newfound interest. So, this little fellow is the brother of a future divinity. Then if we captured him, wouldn't that be? What are you afraid of? Shang Jun snorted coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Who cares about divinity or not? Since he dared to kill my clansman, I want his life. When that so-called divinity legacy recipient returns, I'll slap him to death. Fool. DTN gave him a cold glance, and Shang Jun immediately shut up. DTN was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Little Gold and said indifferently, little fellow, I ask you, do you want to die, or do you want to live? Little Gold's body trembled, and it raised its head, staring intently at DTN. Its golden eyes were filled with vigilance and unyielding spirit. But it said nothing. DTN didn't mind, continuing. Since that human is your brother, I will give you a chance. From now on, you will stay here and guard the Lake of Life for me. If your brother returns to find you, I will naturally have a good talk with him. If he doesn't return, a hint of coldness flashed in DTN's eyes. Then you will remain here forever, to propagate a new bloodline for my dragon clan. Little Gold's pupils sharply contracted. It understood DTN's meaning. This was to use it as a hostage. If its brother returned, DTN would negotiate with him. If its brother didn't return, then it would be imprisoned here, reduced to a breeding dragon. Roar. Little Gold let out an angry roar, struggling desperately to stand up. But the aura Ziji had left in its body firmly suppressed its power, leaving it unable to move. Stop struggling. Ziji chuckled lightly, squatted down, and extended her delicate jade hand, gently stroking Little Gold's head. The movement was extremely gentle, as if caressing a pet. But the words she spoke made Little Gold feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Behave, and Big Sister won't treat you unfairly. If your brother truly becomes a god, perhaps you can also benefit from it. If he doesn't return, a meaningful smile played on Ziji's lips. Then you'll just have to obediently stay here and give Big Sister a few little dragon cubs to play with. Chapter 85. Level 86. Little Jin's titled Douluo level combat power, sect construction. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao challenge. Little Jin froze all over. A wave of despair surged in its heart. Brother, where are you? DTN no longer paid attention to Little Jin, turning around with his hands behind his back. Watch over it, DTN said calmly. From today onwards, it will be the guardian of the Lake of Life. If it dares to escape. A cold glint flashed in DTN's eyes. Kill without mercy. Yes, all the vicious beasts bowed in unison. DTN looked up towards the outside of the Stardow Great Forest, pondering slightly in his heart. That human, this venerable looks forward to the day we meet. Sunset forest, ice and fire yin-yang well. Little Jin lay on the ground, voraciously devouring the corpses of 300,000-year soft bones rabbits. Crunch, crunch. The 3 corpses were devoured completely at a visible speed. The clone's aura was also rapidly rising. 40,000 years, 45,000 years, 50,000 years. When the last piece of flesh and blood was swallowed, the aura within the clone finally broke through a barrier. It steadily stopped at the level of 53,000 years. Not bad. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged beside it, watching the clone's growth, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. 53,000 years of cultivation, coupled with its talent for devouring and evolving. And after the clone's age limit broke through 50,000 years, it awakened the light domain it once possessed. The combat power of this clone was already on par with an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast. Continue to stay here and devour medicinal herbs, striving to break through to 100,000 years as soon as possible. Yu Jingcheng stood up and issued instructions to the clone through soul connection. The clone let out a low growl, indicating understanding, then its massive body lay down again, entering a dormant state to digest. Yu Jingcheng no longer delayed. His figure flashed, directly performing void realm stepping, turning into a stream of light and rushing out of the ice and fire yin-yang well. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yu Jingcheng had been in seclusion deep within the sunset forest, consolidating his rapidly increasing cultivation. He sat cross-legged in a hidden cave, surrounded by faint golden and black intertwined light. Within his dantian, 2 distinctly different forces were slowly merging. The ultimate holiness of the holy dragon of light and the ultimate evil of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Under the mediation of the gold of living beings, a subtle resonance actually began to form. Whoosh! Yu Jingcheng slowly exhaled a turbid breath and opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, the golden and black light flashed and disappeared, finally returning to calm. Level 86. He stood up, clenched his fist, and felt the spirit power within his body, which was more solid and profound than 3 days ago, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although he only increased by 1 level, the value of this level 86 far exceeded that of ordinary titled Douluo at levels 91 or 92. More importantly, after these 3 days of seclusion, his control over the 1,600,000-year spirit abilities within him had reached a state of perfection. Now, even if he faced a level 98 gold crocodile Douluo, he had full confidence in killing him. The next step is to condense the soul core corresponding to the holy dragon of light and the soul core of the dark demonic evil god tiger. But it's time to go back and check first. Yu Jingcheng walked out of the cave, his gaze turning towards Heaven Do City. He wondered how Douluo and the others were progressing with integrating the lower 4 sects. Heaven Do City, Yin-Yang sect's residence. When Yu Jingcheng's figure appeared before the mountain gate, the sight before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The sect's residence, which was already quite large, had surprisingly begun a new round of expansion. Large tracts of land were leveled, and new halls were rising from the ground. Dense crowds of craftsmen were busy at the construction site like ants. And at the very front of the construction site, a burly, shirtless middle-aged man was shouting orders to his clansmen. It was none other than the clan chief of the defense clan, Niu Gao. Hurry up, all of you. This batch of stone materials was transported from the mine 100 li away. They must be perfectly fitted, without the slightest carelessness. Compact that foundation over there even more. This is for titled Douluo to live in. If it collapses, I'll hold you accountable. Yu Jingcheng watched this scene, a slight smile involuntarily curving his lips. This Niu Gao is quite diligent and responsible. His figure flashed, instantly appearing behind Niu Gao. Clan Chief Niu, long time no see. Niu Gao's body trembled, and he spun around abruptly. Seeing the person, his rough face immediately broke into a wide smile. Oh my, Sect Master Yu, you're finally back. Niu Gao quickly cupped his fists and bowed, his attitude extremely respectful. Although he was the clan chief of the defense clan, he dared not put on any airs in front of the Yin-Yang sect. What's more, the remuneration given by the Yin-Yang sect was genuinely generous. Clan Chief Niu, you've worked hard these past few days. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling construction site, and said calmly. This project progress is faster than this venerable expected. Niu Gao's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing this. Sect Master Yu, you flatter me. Rest assured, with my defense clan here, I guarantee that your yin-yang sect will be completely transformed within 3 months. By then, let alone people living here, even if titled Douluo fight, it won't collapse. Yu Jingcheng nodded, just about to speak, when a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind him. Sect Master Yu, a young and energetic voice rang out. Yu Jingcheng turned around, only to see 2 burly, imposing young men walking quickly towards him. It was Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Their faces showed a mix of excitement and eager battle intent, clearly having come prepared. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on his lips. Why are you 2 here? Tang Hao stepped forward, cupping his fists, and said, Sect Master Yu, at the last sect opening ceremony, my brother and I mentioned that we wished to spar with you. Today, we happened to hear that you returned, so we presumptuously came to ask for some pointers. Tang Xiao also nodded beside him, his eyes full of anticipation. We've long heard that Sect Master Yu's spirit, the Holy Dragon of Light, is the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan. Our brothers have long wanted to witness it. May Sect Master Yu grant us the honor. Yu Jingcheng looked at the Haoshan twin stars, feeling a bit amused. Ask for pointers, with their current strength, to challenge him. He remembered that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao should be in their early 30s now, with spirit power around level 67 or 68, considered peak spirit emperor. This talent, in the spirit master's world, was indeed a prodigy, truly worthy of being the Haoshan twin stars. But in front of him, let alone his current level 86 spirit Douluo, even when he was still a spirit emperor, he could easily crush these 2. Are you sure? Yu Jingcheng looked at them with a half-smile. This venerable doesn't hold back. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao did not flinch, instead, he became even more excited. Sect Master Yu, don't worry. My brother and I are thick-skinned and can take it. Besides, being able to fight strong opponents is an opportunity we eagerly seek. Chapter 86. Tang Hao's Shock, a Spirit Douluo, and 100,000-year Spirit Ring. Tang Xiao also nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Sect Master Yu, please go ahead, we absolutely have no complaints. Watching this scene from the side, Niu Gao's mouth twitched, and he silently took a few steps back. These 2 Clear Sky sect youngsters probably have no idea how terrifying Sect Master Yu is, right? He had personally witnessed the spectacle of the 3 titled Douluo acting as bodyguards for Yu Jingcheng. Could someone who could make titled Douluo willingly submit be a simple character? But Niu Gao didn't offer a warning either, merely preparing to watch the show with great interest. Seeing the 2 of them looking like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, Yu Jingcheng couldn't help but shake his head. Fine, since they were asking for a beating, he would oblige them. It would also serve to show these Haoshan twin stars that there was always a higher mountain. All right, Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. Since you wish to spar, I shall accompany you for a bit of fun. Make your move. He didn't even release his spirit, merely standing casually in place as if waiting for 2 children to hit him. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, a flicker of excitement and a trace of solemnity in their eyes. Yu Jingcheng's overconfidence actually made them somewhat uncertain. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Sect Master Yu, forgive our offense. Tang Hao roared, his right foot stamping heavily on the ground as his entire body shot towards Yu Jingcheng like a cannonball. At the same time, his spirit instantly manifested, the massive phantom of a clear sky hammer materialized behind him, radiating an overwhelmingly domineering aura. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 spirit rings pulsed rhythmically at his feet, the 6th ring glowing brightly, clearly, he was going all out. From the very start, 6th spirit ability, Chaotic Wind. Swinging the clear sky hammer in his hands, Tang Hao brought it crashing down towards Yu Jingcheng's head with a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. This hammer strike, immensely powerful and heavy, was enough to level a small hill. However, facing this blow that could instantly kill an ordinary spirit saint, Yu Jingcheng didn't even bat an eyelid. He merely slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread. Thud, asterisk. A dull, thunderous sound echoed. Tang Hao's full-force clear sky hammer strike was actually caught steadily in Yu Jingcheng's single hand. The power sufficient to collapse mountains and split stones seemed to vanish like clay oxen entering the sea in his grasp, not even stirring a single ripple. What? Tang Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. His full power strike was actually caught by the opponent with one hand. And the opponent hadn't even released his spirit. Tang Xiao, standing to the side, was also stunned, his originally prepared offensive move freezing instantly. Is that all? A faint smile curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth as he casually waved his hand. A terrifying force instantly erupted, directly sending Tang Hao flying, hammer and all. Tang Hao tumbled several times midair before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But being thick-skinned and sturdy, he wasn't really injured, just scrambling up in a disheveled state, his eyes filled with shock. You, what level are you? Tang Hao panted, asking incredulously. Yu Jingcheng didn't answer, only offering a faint smile as he lightly tapped his foot. Ring after ring of spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. 8 spirit rings, pulsating in unison. The third ring was still concealed by Yu Jingcheng. Especially those several 100,000-year spirit rings, the pressure they emitted instantly brought the entire construction site to a standstill. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, fixed unwaveringly on those 2 red spirit rings as if they were seeing something utterly inconceivable. 100,000-year spirit rings. And more than one at that. Tang Hao swallowed hard with difficulty, his voice trembling. 8-ring spirit Douluo, 200,000 year. How is this possible? He remembered, during the last sect opening ceremony, Yu Jingcheng was only a 5-ring spirit king. How long had it been, and now he was an 8-ring spirit Douluo? Was his leveling speed riding a rocket? Tang Xiao's legs went even weaker, almost causing him to lose his balance. The 2 brothers prided themselves on being geniuses, reaching the peak of Spirit Emperor in their early 30s, which was enough to be proud of. But compared to the person before them, they were practically trash. Yu Jingcheng retracted his spirit rings, stood with his hands behind his back, and looking at their ghost-stricken expressions, said indifferently. Still want to fight? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, shook their heads in unison, and said with a bitter smile. No more fighting. Sect Master Yu's divine might leaves our brothers utterly convinced. Tang Hao even clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Thank you, Sect Master Yu, for showing mercy. He understood in his heart that if Yu Jingcheng had truly intended to injure him with that last strike, he would have been laid out long ago. This level of strength, this magnanimity, left him with no choice but to submit. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod, accepting their concession. His gaze swept over the 2, and he suddenly asked, Are the 2 of you the only ones from the Clear Sky sect in Heaven Do City? Tang Hao nodded. Father sent us to Heaven Do City for experience, and to make connections with various heroes. We've been frequenting the area near the Yin-Yang sect lately, precisely to wait for Sect Master Yu's return. Hearing this, a thoughtful glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Clear Sky sect, the number 1 sect under heaven, its sect master Tang Chen, a 99th level limit Douluo. Although Tang Chen hadn't disappeared yet, the Clear Sky sect was indeed a link he had to consider in his future plans. Now that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was actually a rather good point of entry. In that case, follow me into the sect for a visit. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly, turned, and walked towards the interior of the sect. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, a flicker of joy in their eyes, and hurriedly followed. Watching this, Niu Gao scratched his head and continued directing his clansmen with their work. But inwardly, he muttered to himself. This sect master Yu, even the Haoshan twin stars were subdued by him. The future of the Yin-Yang sect was probably going to be terrifyingly grand. Yin-Yang sect, main sect hall. Yu Jingcheng sat upright in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao sat on either side, their eyes filled with curiosity as they surveyed the imposing and magnificent hall. Sect Master Yu, your sect's architectural style is truly unique. Tang Xiao praised sincerely. Half bright, half dark, forming a seamless whole. Giving one a sense of yin and yang merging, of perfect unity. This design must be the work of a master, right? Yu Jingcheng smiled faintly. It was merely a rough sketch I drew casually, and clan chief Niu Gao followed it for construction. A casually drawn rough sketch. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, their estimation of Yu Jingcheng rising another notch in their hearts. This person wasn't just terrifyingly powerful, even his aesthetic sense was so distinctive. Come, let me show you around. Yu Jingcheng stood up and walked out, hands clasped behind his back. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao hurriedly followed. The three of them strolled through the Yin-Yang sect's complex of buildings. Passing through the majestic main sect hall, behind it lay an expansive training ground. It was several thousand meters square, paved with whole slabs of lapis lazuli stone, incredibly hard. Around the training ground stood orderly arranged halls and pavilions, each imposing and extraordinary. In the distance, they could also see independent cultivation chambers built along the mountainside, arranged in a picturesque disorder. This training ground. Tang Hao tapped the lapis lazuli stone beneath his feet with his foot, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is lapis lazuli stone. Paved with whole slabs. Lapis lazuli stone, an extremely hard type of stone, often used for constructing city walls or fortresses, and quite expensive. And the Yin-Yang sect actually used it to pave a training ground. And with whole slabs at that. This scale was simply too extravagant. Chapter 87. Is the defense clan looked down upon in the Clear Sky sect? Tang Hao, what right do you have to lecture me? Mere blue gold stone is nothing. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. In the Tao of cultivation, the tempering of the physical body and spirit ability is most important. If one is restrained because the venue is not sturdy enough, that would be sacrificing the greater for the lesser. Tang Hao nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. They continued walking, passing through the martial arts arena, and arrived before a grand hall. Above the hall's entrance hung a plaque with 3 large characters. Open black lens bracket Mimicry Hall, close black lens bracket. Mimicry Hall, Tang Xiao asked curiously. Sect Master Yu, this is. You'll know once you go inside. Yu Jingcheng pushed open the hall door, and a rich heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed out. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao fixed their gaze, then gasped in surprise. Inside the hall, it was divided into individual cultivation rooms, each simulating a different environment. Some blazed with intense flames, scorching hot. Some were chillingly cold, with ice and frost congealing. Some roared with fierce winds, sharp and biting. Some were verdant and full of life. And on the walls of each cultivation room, spirit tools of various sizes were embedded, continuously drawing heaven and earth spiritual qi from the outside and injecting it within. This is. Tang Hao's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Mimicry cultivation environments. And such complete mimicry environments at that. One must know that in the Clear Sky sect, only core disciples could enjoy the treatment of mimicry cultivation, and the environments there were far less complete than this. Yet, the Yin-Yang sect had actually built an entire grand hall for all disciples to use. Sect Master Yu, this is too extravagant. Tang Xiao swallowed hard. Yu Jingcheng smiled faintly. In the path of cultivation, to not advance is to retreat. If one can improve their strength by even a single point, no amount of money is too much. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged glances, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Extravagant, indeed extravagant, but with Yu Jingcheng's terrifying strength, he certainly had the right to say such words. They continued their tour. The library pavilion, pill repository, armory, consecration hall. Each place opened Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's eyes. Especially the pill repository, where bottles of medicinal pills exuding a rich medicinal fragrance made their eyes burn with desire. Sect Master Yu, these medicinal pills? Tang Hao asked tentatively. Sect disciples can claim them monthly based on their contributions. Yu Jingcheng said casually. If they achieve great merits, there are even better rewards. Better rewards. Tang Hao secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Any one of these medicinal pills, if taken outside, could fetch a sky-high price. Yet in the Yin-Yang sect, they were merely standard issue for ordinary disciples. The disparity was too great. After completing their tour, the three returned to the sect's main hall. Tang Hao exclaimed, Sect Master Yu, your sect's foundation is truly unfathomable. Just this mimicry hall and pill repository alone are enough to make countless spirit masters flock to you. No wonder it attracted 3 titled Douluo to join. Tang Xiao also nodded repeatedly. Yes, especially the architecture, every detail is meticulously carved, truly a work of art. The defense clan truly put in a tremendous effort this time. At this point, Tang Hao suddenly remembered something and turned to Yu Jingcheng. By the way, Sect Master Yu, the defense clan also built a sect for my Clear Sky sect before. But at that time, I didn't see them being so dedicated. Why is it that Niu Gao is so energetic when he's with you? Upon hearing this, Yu Jingcheng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He didn't answer directly, merely picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Tang Hao's words had hit the nail on the head. The defense clan was indeed an affiliated family of the Clear Sky sect. But being an affiliated family didn't mean they were treated as people. The Clear Sky sect was known as the #1 sect in the world. Its sect master Tang Chen was a level 99 limit Douluo, and its disciples were all arrogant. Towards the defense clan, a craftsman family, they had always summoned them at will and dismissed them casually, with extreme arrogance. Money, they'd symbolically give a little, just enough to eat was considered good. Resources, those were things only core disciples were worthy of enjoying. How could you commoners be worthy? Let alone respect. In the eyes of Clear Sky sect disciples, the defense clan were merely tools to do their work. If their attitude was good, they'd call them Master Niu, if not, they'd simply order them around. With such treatment, it would be strange if the defense clan were dedicated. But the Yin-Yang sect was different. From the very beginning, Yu Jingcheng had never treated the defense clan as outsiders. Money, paid 3 times the market price, never delayed. Resources, as long as they worked well, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and cultivation resources were all provided in full. Respect, Yu Jingcheng personally received Niu Gao, and titled Douluo like Ji Yurong and Du Gubo were all polite to Niu Gao. With such treatment, how could Niu Gao not give his all? Young Master Tang doesn't know. Yu Jingcheng put down his teacup and said indifferently. The defense clan must have suffered a lot of grievances working for the Clear Sky sect, right? Tang Hao was startled, then awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, the attitude of those senior brothers and junior brothers in the Clear Sky sect towards the defense clan. Ahem, it wasn't easy to talk about. Not getting paid enough for their work, and with a poor attitude, no one would be dedicated. Yu Jingcheng continued, but in my Yin-Yang sect, this sect master gives them 3 times the remuneration, ample medicinal pills, and open access to cultivation resources. Niu Gao comes here to work, not only to earn money but also to improve his strength and make friends with titled Douluo. Tell me, how could he not be dedicated? Tang Hao fell silent upon hearing this. 3 times the remuneration, ample medicinal pills, open access to cultivation resources. With such treatment, let alone the defense clan, even ordinary disciples of the Clear Sky sect would be envious, right? Tang Xiao mumbled softly from the side. So, the defense clan had such a miserable time in our Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao glared at him, signaling him to shut up. But in his heart, a complex emotion couldn't help but arise. The Clear Sky sect claimed to be the #1 sect in the world, yet its attitude towards affiliated families was far inferior to a newly established Yin-Yang sect. Wasn't it a bit unreasonable? Yu Jingcheng looked at their expressions, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing wider. Yu Jingcheng picked up his teacup and said nonchalantly, Young Master Tang, I say these things not to sow discord. I just want to tell you a truth. The human heart is warm. How you treat others is how others will repay you. Although the Clear Sky sect is strong, if it always remains high and mighty, not treating its affiliated families as people, sooner or later, problems will arise. Tang Hao's body trembled, and he looked up at Yu Jingcheng. In Yu Jingcheng's eyes, there was no mockery, no provocation. Only a faint understanding. Tang Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded silently. However, he secretly held a grudge against Yu Jingcheng in his heart. We are both of the same generation. Just because you are stronger than me, just because you are already a sect master, you can lecture me from a high position. What right do you have? Chapter 88. The lower 4 sects merging into the Yin-Yang sect. An earthquake in the spirit master's world, gold crocodile, they must be severely sanctioned. Yu Jingcheng said no more and stood up. Well, it's getting late. If you two don't mind, please stay for dinner within the sect tonight. It's a good opportunity. This seat would also like to hear about any interesting recent events in your Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao quickly rose and clasped their fists in salute. Thank you for your hospitality, Sect Master Yu. That evening, the Yin-Yang sect held a banquet to host the Haoshan twin stars. After several rounds of drinks and many dishes had been served, Tang Hao, emboldened by the wine, couldn't help but ask. Sect Master Yu, are you truly only at the 8-ring level? Yu Jingcheng looked at him with a faint, enigmatic smile. What, don't you believe it? It's not that I don't believe it. Tang Hao scratched his head. It's just that, it feels too unbelievable. The last time I saw you, you were still a spirit king. And now, after such a short time, you're already a spirit Douluo. And with 200,000-year spirit rings at that. As he spoke, even he felt how outrageous it sounded. This speed of advancement was simply inhuman. Yu Jingcheng gave a light smile but offered no explanation. Some things didn't need to be said too much. Tang Xiao, sitting to the side, suddenly asked. Sect Master Yu, earlier you mentioned that the defense clan can enjoy medicinal pills and cultivation resources within the Yin-Yang sect. Then, if members of the defense clan were interested in joining the Yin-Yang sect, I wonder. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately understood. He was worried that Niu Gao might be tempted by the Yin-Yang sect's offerings and abandon the Clear Sky sect. He also looked at Yu Jingcheng, frowning. Outwardly, Yu Jingcheng maintained a neutral expression as he stated his position. He said the defense clan was unlikely to break away from the Clear Sky sect. Furthermore, even if they wanted to join the Yin-Yang sect, he, Yu Jingcheng, would absolutely never agree. But inwardly, he was secretly laughing. If the defense clan truly wanted to join the Yin-Yang sect, he would naturally welcome them with open arms. However, Yu Jingcheng wouldn't say that directly. But Tang Xiao's words had reminded him of something. The Clear Sky sect's attitude could perhaps be utilized. The fact that Tang Chen hadn't disappeared yet was indeed the biggest variable. But as long as he remained, the Clear Sky sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Therefore, there was no need to rush. They had to proceed slowly. First, through Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, they could ascertain the true state of the Clear Sky sect. Then, when the time was ripe, a flash of cold light passed through Yu Jingcheng's eyes before it vanished. He set down his wine cup and looked at Tang Hao. Young Master Tang, this seat has a question for you. Tang Hao immediately straightened up, his expression serious. Please speak, Sect Master Yu. Is your father, His Excellency Sect Master, still at the Clear Sky sect? Tang Hao nodded. Father has always been within the sect, assisting grandfather with sect affairs. Grandfather himself has also been in seclusion recently, saying he intends to impact a higher realm. A higher realm, Yu Jingcheng sneered inwardly. At level 99, a limit Douluo, the next step would be a god. Was Tang Chen impacting a god position, or perhaps a demigod state? But that wasn't important. What mattered was that as long as Tang Chen was still present, the Clear Sky sect remained the #1 sect under heaven. I see. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod and asked no further. The banquet continued, with both host and guests enjoying themselves. Late into the night, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao took their leave. Yu Jingcheng stood at the entrance of the main hall, watching the two figures recede into the distance, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sect Master. A sinister, whispering voice sounded from behind him. Ji Yu Rong had appeared behind him at some unknown time. You seem particularly attentive to these two youngsters from the Clear Sky sect. Yu Jingcheng did not turn around, merely speaking calmly. They are the face of the Clear Sky sect, and Tang Chen's grandsons. Being attentive is never a bad thing. Ji Yu Rong nodded thoughtfully. Does the sect master intend to win over the Clear Sky sect through them? Win over? Yu Jingcheng chuckled lightly and shook his head. A behemoth like the Clear Sky sect cannot be won over with just a few kind words. And I have no intention of winning them over. Yu Jingcheng paused, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. As long as they do not become my enemies, that is enough. Ji Yu Rong fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking. Sect Master, what kind of person do you think that Tang Chen is? Yu Jingcheng did not answer. After a long while, Yu Jingcheng slowly spoke. Merely an antique, about to be left behind by the times. Ji Yu Rong shuddered all over. He wanted to ask more, but Yu Jingcheng had already turned and walked away, leaving him alone, standing in place, lost in thought. The news of the Yin-Yang sect's expansion had sent shockwaves throughout the Spirit Master's world. But what truly made the major powers restless was another piece of news. The Elephant Armored Academy, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Wind Sword sect, 3 of the lower 4 sects, were on the verge of merging into the Yin-Yang sect. As soon as this news broke, the entire Spirit Master's world erupted. Madness. Absolute madness. The Yin-Yang sect is trying to reach for the heavens. The Elephant Armored Academy, the Fire Leopard sect, the Wind Sword sect, they are all centuries-old, established sects. How can they just merge like that? Just what is the background of this Yu Jingcheng? 2. Titled Douluo is bodyguards, and now he wants to swallow up the lower 4 sects. Is he trying to challenge the Spirit Hall? The news of Yi Bingcheng's breakthrough to the titled level had not yet spread. Tea houses, taverns, streets, and alleys, everywhere was abuzz with discussion about this matter. Some marveled at the Yin-Yang sect's bold move, others speculated about Yu Jingcheng's background. There were also those who felt that an earthquake was about to shake the Spirit Master's world. And the most restless party was, naturally, the Spirit Hall. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Zunji sat high upon the Supreme Pontiff's throne, clutching a secret letter in his hand, his face so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Yin-Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng. Qian Zunji muttered the name under his breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. As the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, he was certainly aware of this sect that had been making waves recently. At their sect opening ceremony, 2 titled Douluo had presided. With a level 98 feet golden Douluo as their backing, even the upper 3 sects had personally attended to offer congratulations. Such a display, such deep foundations, had already made him feel a trace of unease. But back then, the Yin-Yang sect was, after all, only a newly established sect. No matter how strong, it couldn't overturn the heavens. But now, things were different. The Elephant Armored Academy, the Fire Leopard sect, the Wind Sword sect, 3 of the lower 4 sects, were actually going to merge into the Yin-Yang sect. This was no longer a simple expansion, this was digging at the Spirit Hall's foundations. Although nominally independent, the lower 4 sects had long existed within the sphere of the Spirit Hall's influence. Through them, the Spirit Hall indirectly influenced the landscape of the Spirit Master's world. If these 3 sects all merged into the Yin-Yang sect, the Spirit Hall's influence in the Spirit Master's world would be greatly diminished. Even more frightening was that the Yin-Yang sect would leap to become a behemoth second only to the Clear Sky sect. Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, we absolutely cannot stand idly by and let this happen. Below, the gold crocodile Douluo spoke in a grave tone. If we allow the Yin-Yang sect to swallow the lower 4 sects, in the future, the Spirit Master's world might very well gain another force capable of rivaling the Spirit Hall. Although, based on the strength the Yin-Yang sect had currently displayed to the outside world, even if they had many more Spirit Douluo, they couldn't possibly surpass the Spirit Hall in number. They still couldn't compare to the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, the gold crocodile Douluo spoke this way precisely to ensure the Spirit Hall took this matter seriously. To strangle the Yin-Yang sect in its cradle, the gold crocodile Douluo suspected that level 98 golden Douluo Yu Jingcheng spoke of simply didn't exist at all. Chapter 89. The Spirit Hall does not allow such an arrogant existence. The chrysanthemum and ghost take action, threaten. Qian Zunji took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and said coldly, Elder Golden Crocodile is right. The Yin-Yang sect can exist, but it cannot threaten the Spirit Hall's position. Now they want to swallow up the lower 4 sects. This is stepping right on my Spirit Hall's head. Qian Zunji suddenly stood up, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. Issue the order. Have Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo take men to the Elephant Armored Academy, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Wind Sword sect respectively. Tell them. Qian Zunji enunciated each word deliberately. The Spirit Hall does not allow such an arrogant existence on this continent. If they know what's good for them, they will immediately stop merging with the Yin-Yang sect and obediently return to the Spirit Hall's protection. If they don't know what's good for them, Qian Zunji gave a cold laugh. Then let them know the consequences of offending the Spirit Hall. Yes, everyone in the hall bowed in unison. At the same time, at the Elephant Armored Academy's base, Huyan Zhen was directing his clansmen to pack their belongings, preparing to move to the Yin-Yang sect. Although he appeared to have submitted under duress on the surface, he wasn't actually resistant in his heart. The reason was simple. The Yin-Yang sect offered too much. Triple the compensation, medicinal pills provided in abundance, cultivation resources supplied without limit, and even personal guidance from a titled Douluo. Such benefits, not to mention for his elephant-armored academy alone, even core disciples of the Clear Sky sect might not be able to enjoy them. Moreover, he had personally witnessed Yu Jingcheng's terrifying strength. 200,000-year spirit rings, an 8-ring spirit Douluo, with combat power comparable to a super Douluo. Following such a person might not be a bad thing. Clan chief, it's terrible. A disciple stumbled in, his face deathly pale. Huyan Zhen frowned. What's all the panic? Has the sky fallen? The sky hasn't fallen, but the spirit hall has sent people. The disciple stammered. Chrysanthemum Douluo has come in person. He's right outside the gate. Huyan Zhen's expression changed drastically. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan. What is he here for? Huyan Zhen took a deep breath and strode outside. At the entrance to the base, a middle-aged man in luxurious robes with a delicate, almost feminine face stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was indeed Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan. Behind him followed several dozen elite spirit masters from the spirit hall, each exuding a formidable aura. Hey, Sect Master Huyan, it's been a while. Yu Guan looked at him with a smile, but that smile sent chills down one's spine. Steeling himself, Huyan Zhen stepped forward and clasped his fists. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival, Chrysanthemum Douluo. I failed to welcome you properly. I beg your forgiveness. May I ask the purpose of your esteemed visit? Yu Guan didn't answer directly. Instead, he leisurely looked around at the elephant-armored academy disciples packing their belongings. A playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems Sect Master Huyan is determined to lead the elephant-armored academy into the arms of the Yin-Yang sect. Huyan Zhen's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, Your esteemed one misunderstands. My elephant-armored academy is merely relocating. It's not enough, no need for explanations. Yu Guan waved his hand, cutting him off. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling coldness. Huyan Zhen, I ask you one question today. Will the Elephant-Armored Academy continue as an ally of the Spirit Hall, or will it go be a dog for that Yin-Yang sect? Huyan Zhen's face paled. These words were far too blunt. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but found he had nothing to say. Seeing this, Yu Guan gave a cold snort. It seems Sect Master Huyan is determined to follow this dark path to the end. Then I'll speak plainly. Yu Guan took a step forward. The oppressive aura of a titled rank erupted instantly, almost suffocating Huyan Zhen. The Spirit Hall does not allow such an arrogant existence on this continent. If your Elephant-Armored Academy insists on merging with the Yin-Yang sect, then you are making an enemy of the Spirit Hall. By then, forget about relocating. Whether your Elephant-Armored Academy can even continue to exist will be a question. Huyan Zhen's face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew the Spirit Hall would be displeased, but he never expected their response to be so swift and so direct. This was a naked threat. Your esteemed one, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger, Huyan Zhen said hastily. My Elephant-Armored Academy absolutely has no intention of making an enemy of the Spirit Hall. It's just what? Yu Guan said coldly. Just that you were bought off by the Yin-Yang sect's petty trifles. Huyan Zhen, you've lived for so many years. How can you be so foolish? What can the Yin-Yang sect give you? A few spirit bones. A few bottles of medicinal pills. Can't the Spirit Hall afford to give you these things? Huyan Zhen fell silent. Of course he knew the Spirit Hall could afford it. But the Spirit Hall could afford it didn't mean they would give it to him. In the eyes of the Spirit Hall, the Elephant-Armored Academy was nothing but a dispensable pawn. But in the Yin-Yang sect, he was treated as a person. Your esteemed one. Huyan Zhen took a deep breath and was about to speak. But Yu Guan had already lost his patience and said coldly, I give you 3 days to consider. 3 days from now, either the Elephant-Armored Academy returns to the Spirit Hall's protection and completely severs all ties with the Yin-Yang sect. Or, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I will come personally and raze this elephant-armored academy to the ground. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a Huyan Zhen whose face was the color of ashes. At the same time, at the Fire Leopard sect, Huo Wawang was in a frantic state, dealing with the sinister, gloomy old man before him. Ghost Douluo, Gui Mei. A level 95 Super Douluo, another formidable figure of the Spirit Hall. Sect Master Huo, have you considered your answer? Gui Mei's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Cold sweat poured down Huo Wawang's forehead as he stammered. Why, your esteemed one, this matter is of great importance. Could you allow me a little more? 3 days. Gui Mei held up 3 fingers and said coldly. Within 3 days, give the Spirit Hall an answer. Otherwise, he gave a sinister smile. The Fire Leopard sect will have no need to exist. Huo Wawang shuddered all over and nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely, absolutely. Only then did Gui Mei leave satisfied, leaving Huo Wawang to collapse onto the ground, his face filled with despair. At the Wind Sword sect, Feng Bupo faced the same predicament. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo acted separately, one south and north, one east and west, firmly pinning down the 3 sects. The news spread back to Heaven Do City, shaking the entire Spirit Masters world once again. The Spirit Hall had made its move. And with their first move, they sent 2 titled Douluos. Given the Spirit Hall's resources, it was impossible that they only had these 2 now. But the signal was also very clear. They intended to clash head-on with the Yin-Yang sect. Everyone watched and waited, wanting to see how the Yin-Yang sect would respond. Would they lower their heads and submit, or stand firm against the Spirit Hall? Yin-Yang sect, Main Council. Hall, Du Gubo, Ji Yu Rong, and Yi Bingchang were gathered together, their expressions grim. Sect Master, the Spirit Hall is about to tear off all pretenses. Du Gubo said gravely. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo have personally stepped in, forcing the 3 sects to declare their stance. Chapter 90. Second Trial. Strategic Alliances and Treacherous Betrayal. Yu Jingcheng. It's tailor-made for me. If there is no result within 3 days, they will take action. Ji Yu Rong snorted coldly. Does Spirit Hall think my Yin-Yang sect is devoid of talent? Although Yu Guan and Gui Mei are strong, their spirit power is merely comparable to mine. If this old man and old poison join forces, we might not be unable to clash with them. Yi Bingchang shook her head and said calmly. The issue isn't whether we can win a fight, but that our current foundation is not stable enough. The Yin-Yang sect was only established a few months ago. Although we have 3 titled Douluos presiding, our middle and lower level strength is far inferior to Spirit Hall. If we start a war with Spirit Hall now, the chances of winning are not high. Yi Bingchang's words were quite restrained. In Yi Bingchang's view, if the Yin-Yang sect went up against Spirit Hall, there was absolutely no hope at all. Furthermore, the claim Yu Jingcheng had boasted about before, that his teacher was a rank 98 Golden Douluo, was revealed as the truth only after Yi Bingcheng promoted to titled Douluo and became the 3rd Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang sect. Du Gubo and Ji Yu Rong fell silent upon hearing this. Yi Bingcheng was right. The Yin-Yang sect was currently like a nouveau riche. Though wealthy and powerful, its foundation was too shallow. As for Spirit Hall, it was a behemoth that had been operating for thousands of years. Going head-to-head would only result in mutual destruction. The 3 of them simultaneously looked toward the young figure in the main seat. Yu Jingcheng sat upright on the sect master's throne, his finger lightly tapping the armrest, producing a rhythmic, thump-thump, sound. Yu Jingcheng looked entirely composed. After a long while, Yu Jingcheng finally spoke slowly. 3 days, that's enough. The 3 were stunned. Yu Jingcheng stood up, hands behind his back, gazing deeply in the direction of Spirit City. Since Spirit Hall wants to play, then this seat will play with them. Do they think sending 2 titled Douluos can intimidate me? A cold arc curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. Then they are gravely mistaken. Yu Jingcheng turned around, looked at the 3, and said indifferently. Pass down the order. Tell the Elephant Armored Academy, Fire Leopard sect, and Wind Sword sect to immediately accelerate their relocation speed. Within 3 days, all must move into the Yin-Yang sect. As for Spirit Hall, a cold light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. If they dare to act, then this seat will let them know. On this Douluo continent, it is no longer they who have the final say. Spirit Hall. Others might be afraid, but Yu Jingcheng certainly wasn't. If he were bullied by the powerful as a junior, the god of evil likely wouldn't just stand by. Not to mention that in the original story, it seemed the angel god had already fallen. Even if the angel god were perfectly fine right now, would she dare to act up in front of the god of evil? The three of them shuddered and cupped their fists in unison. As you command. As the news spread, the entire Spirit Masters world was in an uproar once again. The Yin-Yang sect was actually going to confront Spirit Hall head-on. Everyone was waiting for the result 3 days later. Meanwhile, Yu Jingcheng acted as if nothing had happened, returning to his secret chamber to continue his closed-door cultivation. Inside the secret chamber, Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged. Although he had appeared calm and unhurried in the discussion hall earlier, he knew full well in his heart. With the Yin-Yang sect's current strength, a direct confrontation with Spirit Hall was no different from an egg striking a rock. Even if his personal combat power was enough to rival the rank 98 gold crocodile Douluo, Spirit Hall's heritage went far beyond a single gold crocodile. Qian Dalu, a rank 99 limit Douluo with the Seraphim spirit, was in existence on the same level as Tang Chen. Not to mention Spirit Hall had operated for a millennium, with dozens of titled Douluos, Spirit Douluos, and Spirit Saints under its command. The branch halls spread all over the continent continuously supplied fresh blood. How many people did the Yin-Yang sect have? 3 titled Douluos, plus himself as a Spirit Douluo. At most, they only had 4 high-level combatants. The middle tier. The 3 sects of the lower 4 sects hadn't been fully integrated yet, and the few people from the Black Tiger sect were even less significant. If a real fight broke out, Spirit Hall could just send an elite squad to level the Yin-Yang sect's gates. Therefore, he needed allies. He needed an ally strong enough to make Spirit Hall wary. And this ally could only be the Clear Sky sect. Tang Chen, a rank 99 limit Douluo, the sect master of the world's #1 sect, and one of the only 2 remaining limit Douluos in the world. With him presiding, Qian Dalu wouldn't dare to act rashly. With the Clear Sky sect backing them, Spirit Hall would have to weigh the cost of moving against the Yin-Yang sect. This was also why he had been exceptionally attentive toward Tang Hao and Tang Xiao before. It wasn't out of admiration, much less friendship. It was because they were Tang Chen's grandsons. They were the bridge leading to the Clear Sky sect. Once the trouble with Spirit Hall is resolved, it won't be too late to slowly deal with the Clear Sky sect. Yu Jingcheng sneered in his heart. That old geezer Tang Chen would sooner or later pursue a divinity legacy and enter the Slaughter City. And inside the Slaughter City, there was a 9-headed bloody crimson bat king waiting for him. When the time comes, Tang Chen will be infested by the parasite, and the Clear Sky sect will be left leaderless. That so-called #1 sect in the world would be nothing more than meat on Yu Jingcheng's chopping block. As for sabotaging an ally, a cold arc curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. This was already a part of his plan. Just as he was calculating in his heart, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. Inside the secret chamber, the air suddenly stagnated. A pillar of light as black as ink descended from the void realm without warning, accurately enveloping Yu Jingcheng within it. Within the light pillar, countless twisted runes moved like living creatures, emitting an evil aura that made the soul tremble. Immediately after, that familiar voice boomed in Yu Jingcheng's mind. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of evil, second trial begins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket trial content, strategic alliances and treacherous betrayal, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase 1. Unite with at least one top-tier power to jointly oppose Spirit Hall and force Spirit Hall to withdraw its troops, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase 2. After the matter is settled, use any means to sabotage said ally, causing their origin chi to be greatly damaged, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket trial rewards, issued based on completion progress, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase 1 rewards, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil divine power affinity increased by 10%, all spirit ring ages increased by 1000 years, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase 2 rewards, calculated additionally based on the effectiveness of sabotaging the ally, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket failure penalty. All rewards from the first trial will be revoked, evil divine power affinity will return to 0, and the divine soul will be damaged. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Time limit, 3 months. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hint: the higher the quality of the ally, the more bountiful the Phase 1 rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The more despicable the means of sabotage and the more thorough the effect, the more bountiful the Phase 2 rewards. Close black lens bracket. Yu Jingcheng looked at the panel appearing before him, stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing an almost frenzied smile. Strategic alliances. Treacherous betrayal. First unite, then sabotage. God of evil, you're really afraid I'm not wicked enough? He murmured in a low voice, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This trial content was practically tailor-made for him. Unite with a top-tier power. He was going to find the Clear Sky sect anyway. Borrowing Tang Chen's momentum to force Spirit Hall to withdraw was his established plan. As for sabotaging an ally, once Tang Chen enters the Slaughter City and is infested by that 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King's parasite. When the Clear Sky sect is leaderless and in chaos, a simple push from him would be enough to cast this number 1 sect into eternal damnation. Does this even need deliberate sabotage? It's practically doing it in passing.